Do you want to dance? Do you want to dance?
Hello, hello, hello. Give me one moment, y'all. Am I robot-y or is this good? Okay. Boop. And boop. Hello. I am a little off. I think it's my camera got reset again. Yep. Boom. And done. How y'all doing? Welcome to the office hours. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender at the AstroPub, and your professor at the Astro Historian, your facilitator at the captain's table. This is a live stream, AMA, hangout. It's recorded to YouTube, streamed to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. If you're watching this after the fact on YouTube, join us live if you get a chance to. Every so often I try to do a more EU-friendly, non-American-friendly time period. Good to hear y'all. So we've had a couple of things happen. Number one, I was talking with Uri, my editor, who's doing, he's the one who's in charge of all of the complete history of Star Citizen ones. And he was like, man, this is fucking long. And I'm like, I know, it's 50 minutes, y'all. It's a long fucking story. And I paid for a professional voice actor to voice act in it. So it's not like I don't know the professional voice actor. It's Meyer, but I didn't pay him for it. I'm like, Meyer, you're gonna do this. So I got to yell at him and be like, no, I gave him notes. But Uri busted hump, and I was like, Uri, don't bust your butt. All right, buddy. We're coming up into Citizencon. I want you to be able to enjoy yourself. Don't worry about it. Take it slow. And then he messaged me today. He's like, I'm done, Paul. I'm fucking done. I was like, God damn, Uri. He's like, it'll be uploaded in 2 hours. So I still have yet to look at it because I basically just got home from work, but I'm going to review it, and if it's good, it'll be up on videos for Patreons right away. So for those of you who are interested in that, if you want to get access to it, it always goes to Patreons first, usually for about anywhere between a week and a month beforehand. I'm going to try to hit a solid week before, probably 2 weeks is on average. So if you want a hour-long video talking about the end of the end of the what is it? From the discovery of the first jump point to the founding of the UNE and the end of the Unification Wars, really. It's an hour long. My God, there was a lot of systems discovered during that time period. Pretty cool stories too. We talk about the origin of the jump drive and how RSI fucked everyone and didn't tell anyone because they can make shit tons of money. The first kind of real shady shit that RSI's done. And the complete fuck ups of multiple attempts at terraformation because greedy people be greedy. It's a pretty good stories. The creation or the foundation of an interesting group of people, which I'd love to see CIG expound more. I know they kind of are like, oh, this is just sort of an early thing. It's like that would still exist, I think, in the Star Citizen universe today, which is jumpers. Jumpers are exploration weebs. They're nerds for exploration. But like I don't think nerd is a good proper term for it. It's like otaku nerd. Like they argue on Spectrum about what ships are the best ships to go through a jump point. But 99% of them will never fucking fly through a jump point. That kind of thing. Hey, Nick. Get crowshawed, you mean Steps? No. I'm talking about lore. Talking about lore. So it's pretty cool. It's a lot. And it's an hour long, and it only covers about 100 years. I'm at 2380 in the complete history. It's just going to get shorter in terms of the years and stay at the same fucking length. So armchair admirals, yes. Hey, gal. Auntie, I'm generally not going to talk about the leak because I've said this many times before. We waited 30 minutes for extra raid you. Why are you so late? What do you mean so late? I started exactly on time. I started at 8 o'clock all the time there, Info. How you doing, X? Gal, how are you doing, Galaxica? Are you sailing the seas of Facebook well? I saw that Twitter tweet and I was like, yep. It's Galaxica. Oh God, the one thing it's the one social media I refuse to get. I know, and don't take this the wrong way. Anyone who takes this, anyone who hears this later, don't take this the wrong way. I refuse to get Facebook. I know it's Boomerville. I know it's where all the boomers do their social media, so it would actually be pretty well to be on Facebook to promote my videos, but I refuse. Because of how many boomers are in the Star Citizen community. Reddit's pretty fucking bad. But, you know what's not bad? The Star Citizen lore subreddit, which I am the sole owner and moderator of. So please join us on Star Citizen subreddit, the Star Citizen lore subreddit. We're going to be doing after Citizencon, we're going to be doing a book club. So once a month, we're going to all read the same story series. So we're going to start with Cassandra's Tears. We're going to go from the very first stories, Kid Crimson and Cassandra's Tears. And we're going to work all the way up to the modern stories. We're going to go through every single part that's done. So, and so the idea is that we'll read it, and then the comment section will always be a discussion section, so people can talk a little bit about like their favorite parts or whatever, and you can just jump into the conversations. Just don't go in there unless you're finished reading. So, I do like the Zoomer. I like hello fellow kids. I'm 36. All right, I am solidly a millennial. I'm damn near an Xer, so it's like I get it. How you doing, Fishy? So yeah, go to r/Star Citizen lore if you want to get involved in that one. Hello, fellow pub goers. Don't think it's the wrong way about the leak. I personally spoiled the shit out of myself about the whole story by accident several years ago about Squadron 42. And I know CIG is super iffy about it. And I like to explain it like this. If you were working on something that was detailed, like not necessarily your life's work, but something you put a lot of effort and time into, you obsessed on the details, you were really, really careful about it. And yeah, you might get paid for it, it might be your job, but it's something that you really care about. And then some asshole pulls parts of it out without any context and just starts giving it to people. Just showing it to people, giving it to people, start using it. You might get a little pissed. And that's kind of what leaks are like in video game community, where people don't really understand anything they're seeing or why they're seeing it. They don't understand what the context is. They just are going to start judging you based off of incomplete footage and incomplete assets. See GTA 6. So, hey, Velociraptor. I'm not actually going to say anything, any leaks. I'm just going to say that there was that leak going around of Squadron 42 stuff, and I just like, nah, not worth it. No, but it does show parts of the story. So if you go looking for it, it will spoil aspects of the story for you, like big story beats. I watched it myself, and I was like, yep, this is story beat. These are spoilers. It wouldn't take but a brief glance and some thought to know exactly what's going on in this scene. Not the vehicle is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other one that was going around. Oh, someone released chapter names years ago. We have the descriptions too, so. What do you think about the Citizencon lore post, the citizens versus civilian commentary? I haven't read the lore post yet. I've been super busy with other things. It's end of marking season for me, so like the grading period is coming up next week. Plus PSATs and SATs are starting and that kind of thing. So we're heading into the end of the first semester, which is weird because we just started, but so I haven't been able to do this. Can I say anything about the STV? I've seen the same thing everybody else has seen about the STV. Looks cool. I've started doing shorts, lore shorts on the Astro Historian, and I'm gonna start taking some aspects of like this, the Captain's Table, and turning them into shorts for the TheAstroPub itself, because YouTube's really pushing shorts, so I want to try to get my eyes out there. Well, I knew you had nothing to do with it. I don't think anyone... Trek came out really well, Paul. Did you do it with your eye? Nope, that was my editing. It only takes me about an hour to do a short, which is why it's not too bad. I've got the beat down. It takes me an hour to write, record, and edit a short for about a minute. It's about an hour a minute, so... Oh, I don't have the link to the subreddit yet, but it's just reddit.com/r/starcitizenlore. That's all it is. Scout transport vehicle, that implies military purpose. It probably might be a military version of it, but knowing Gray Cat, it's almost certainly designed as resource scouting. Shorts can go on Twitter. I've debated about putting them on Twitter. I might. The Steve, yeah, the Gray Cat Steve. That's what we started calling it on my Discord. Is the STV is the Steve. Hi, Steve. Yeah, limit is 2 minutes. Actually, TikTok's limit is like 3 minutes. YouTube or Twitter is 2 minutes, and YouTube's only 1 minute. So it's harder to do that. Hey there, Dovakin. An hour a minute, is the ROI on that worth it? Fuck no. Hell no. It's not worth it at all. But the problem is, and let me explain this. This is a shop talk for y'all who are interested, especially if you want to make content. Do what you like to do, but if there's something that's going on, something that's being promoted or something that you can get on the ground floor of, it might actually help you down the road. Even if it doesn't pay out right away, start getting into it and learning it and fiddling around with it, because there's a lot less to lose if you do that early on than later. And YouTube is heavily pushing shorts. They really want to cut in on TikTok's bottom line. And so if you make shorts, YouTube's going to do their damnedest to put it in front of more people. It's going to take a while for people to see those shorts. So, like, if I put out 2 shorts today, it's not like I'm going to get 1 million views on it. But if I put out 2 shorts a week versus over the course of a month, YouTube will pick it up and go, I know what you're doing, and throw it to more people that will watch it. And that will eventually generate more eyes, and then those people will then come to subscribe to the channel. That's kind of what you do. And multiple people have talked about that they've been doing that recently, and it works for them and all over that. So what's this STV? The Steve. It's a leak. Paul, I'm going to say it. If you're going to make the shorts, you might as well go down the TikTok route too. Not necessarily. Copyright. There is a copyright issue, but if you already are clear on YouTube for copyright issues, then for videos, then it's not that difficult. YouTube does want to see your shorts. Yeah. The answer is, just in general, I'm not going to make a lot of money off of it, but it might generate more eyes and generate more interest, which will then drive more traffic to my regular stuff. Yeah, think of them as ads. They're okay. I mean, I'm not a big TikTok Shorts user, but I'll flip through the shorts every so often just because I'm bored, and you know, spend about 20 minutes on it and then can move to something else. Hey, Steve French. Oh my God, this is a big fucking kitty right there. That's a beautiful fucking kitty. Steve French. I like YouTube because of the longhand and not shorts. That's fine, Roy. It's not for you then. I still made, like, for those of you who don't know, on the Astro Historian, I released 2 lore citizens in 2 weeks. One of them is almost 2 hours long, and the other one's an hour and a half. So it's not like I'm not doing long form content anymore. It's just shorts are easy for me to make, and they're great for advertisements. So TikTok dances, yes. Excuse me while I have PTSD about TikTok contests. Did you know how to use TikTok before, Gal? I'm going to say Gal, but I'm going to confuse you with Gal, the other Gal in Star Citizen, the baby Gal. Sad cat dance with old man Al. I was chatting with the Starliners today and realized that for some reason I'm trying to do my IRL career in Star Citizen. Are you an airline pilot? So yeah, welcome. All right. So as is tradition, when you do these videos, I try to do a little miniatures because I'm going to show you all what we're going to be doing for Citizencon, pre-Citizencon. The space penis. It's a JRDF model. So I'm going to be making that for Citizencon. I'll be painting it live pre-Citizencon, so you can come check out, hang out, watch me paint that. And to show you my terrible painting skills, I give you my latest, and the green screen won't work because he's green because he's an orc. But in fact, let me turn off the green screen real quick so I can show you. Hold on, I'm going to ruin all of your perceptions on reality. I'm not actually on Pyro. Some free frame animations to those models, yeah. So I'm not by at anywhere. It's not a Dur, it's stock, yeah. Why is Pyro so green? Yeah, like I said, I am by no means a professional painter. I'm not going to win any Golden Demon Awards. I just enjoy painting as kind of a hobby, and it helps me de-stress and relax. And I also play a lot of 40K and stuff like that. So I've been doing this as part of a tradition. I started last year. I painted some 500 scale miniatures. So I decided to paint my 200 scale miniature for 1 to 200 scale miniature for today. This one, so Ruin Station or Future Rock, huh? Does look better, yeah. Yeah, Dur has extra stocks. The only thing I miss is the miss. I don't know why they don't have the miss, but I guess what I would do if I was JRDF is just sell the extra missile pylons as an add-on kit to turn a and the guns to turn a freelancer into a miss, because that's all it is. Orc Rock, yes. You play Tau and Necrons. Yes, orcs. I do also have Tau. They have the same problem that I have with orcs, that they're green, because I really like green, because I'm a moron. Hey, green is my favorite color, all right? Which is a problem with green screens. For the greater good, Tau Va, Chosve. Meanwhile, I have about 40k warrants of Tyranids. Oof. Okay, next year's scale model of Spider. I'd love to. You say that. I'd love to see a Spider Miner. The Gray Cat Spider Miner would be a great thing to do. So, as of now, and this is sort of, I have 3 painted armies, which is Orcs, Tau, and the Imperial Guard. I also have a bunch of Marines for for a custom chapter that I'll eventually paint. I'll probably won't paint them until fucking 10th edition rolls around, but But I'm also not adding to my pile of shame because I also have a bunch of Star Wars Legion Rebel minis that I've got to paint. I've got a bunch of Marvel Crisis Protocol minis I've got to paint. And then I've got the Star Citizen stuff I got to do as well. So, Sidness, yes. Anyways, that was basically a long advertisement for come join me live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive, where we will be doing painting stream before Citizencon. Then after that, we're going to roll directly into hanging out with Loken, who is going to be watching, and I'm going to be watching with him. And then after that, I'm rolling directly into the buggy contest, that the big race that CIG and a bunch of content creators are doing against each other for with Atmo Esports. I'm going to do terrible. I don't care. I'm just going to have fun with it. Rebels, EU, long live the Empire. Well, I got Rebels because if at some point I'm going to get Cam involved into it. The only way I'm getting Cam involved in Star Wars Legions is if she plays the Empire. So I was like, we'll just get the starter kit and she'll get the that's the whole thing. So. Oh, I love that Cult of the Lamb. I have an Empire Force, yeah. I haven't played it. I've seen people play it. It seems very complicated, but the rules I read were like, this is all right. I can get behind it. And I already do a lot of Imperial Guard, so a slightly larger scale, more tactical, like commando. Here, let me show you the one I have. Again, it's green, so. Leave me alone, I love the color. Leave me alone, I like green. Green and purple are my colors. This is a test model. So I took a winter troop and turned him into forest colors, so. Okay, more Paul Ross. He's just a happy little blaster. Hey, Inferno, how you doing? How you doing there, Sparkplug? Looking good, Rebel Scum. Yeah. So I bought a bunch of, I bought a group of Rebel veterans, a group of Vanguard, and then a group of like a add-on group, because I figured when we get the actual starter kit, it'll comes with like 2 units of just regular troops and a hero, and then some, like, I think a walker or so. They're all green. There's no actual green screen behind Paul. It's just a shelf of figures, but they're all green. Nothing but green. All right. What do we know about 3.17.3 and how does it affect 3.18? 3.17.3 is already out. Live, isn't it? Didn't it just release live? Nice, Paladin. Yeah, so it's out. What does it mean for 3.18? Nothing. It's probably just them trying to stabilize it, because I can guarantee you they're doing a free flight after Citizencon. Galactica, please tell me I'm wrong. With the vehicle changes still in? Yeah. for November. Okay. Which is probably going to be for 318. Thank God I'm wrong. But I'm sure it's to stabilize it a little bit more before they go into 318 release schedules. Hey, Witcher Great Gary, how you doing? So, let's talk about Squadron 482. I'm not going to record this as a capsule, but I did want to talk about it because I wanted to get some context for people of what's going on based off of what I saw. I see a lot of people getting super angry about it and a lot of other stuff like this. And I want to give some context for not only what CIG has said in the past, but also how development generally works with these types of games. I am not a game developer. I have never developed a game myself personally. I am simply a historian, which means I read way too fucking much. And there is a ton of information out there from game developers who've written about game development and their own experiences of game development, plus a lot of actual accounts of game development. So you can get an idea of modern game development in the last 10 years. How many times can I say game development over and over again? Point being, you don't have to be a game developer to understand how development works and how, generally speaking, most development approaches things. Because while there is only one constant in game development, which is change, and no one is ever the same, they generally tend to fall in similar patterns because of it's software, and software can only be developed in so many different ways. Hey, Mr. K. So, Squadron 42. One of the first things that I think people need to keep into context is CIG rarely talks about it. They rarely talk about its release, and I think they haven't made an official statement about it since 2016. In terms of like release date or time. In fact, anytime they do reference Squadron 42, it's not ready yet. We're not going to release it until it's ready. And I think that started back in 2019 when they said we're not going to release it until it's ready, and it's not ready yet. So whenever you hear someone say, "Oh, well, this is going to happen soon," it's almost always a title or headline of them saying something which was used as a hype mechanism. And I've heard this thing where it's like, it's always 2 years away. The problem is, it's just never been 2 years away. No one officially has ever said it's 2 years away since 2016, as far as I know. I'm sure there's been some mentions here and there, but it's never been an official release. It's usually an offhanded comment or a reference that someone was making. For instance, I think the one thing that you could probably pull up is when there was a discussion about the new office in Manchester, where they talked about Squadron 42, and they said, "Yeah, well, we're trying to hit Squadron 42 in 1 to 3 years or something like that. In the next couple of years, 1 to 2 years, we want to do that." And while I'm sure a lot of people say, "Oh, that means that they're saying it's going to come out in 1 to 2 years," it's like, no, they're saying that based off their estimates currently, they think it might be 1 to 2 years. But they've never made an official "it's coming out in 2 years" announcement since 2016, because they got burned so badly in the 2016 thing and they didn't know how to handle it properly. And it's also important to remember that it's easy to hold people accountable for things they've said in the past, but when you do that, it's usually a good idea to also see if they've changed at all. And based off of my own personal experience with looking through CIG's communications, they've fucked up a lot, but they've rarely ever fucked up directly on Squadron 42's release date, since they got burned so hard on Answer the Call. There is no timeline for Squadron 42, Elwalk. That's the thing. And that's the thing I wanted to emphasize. I hear a lot of people say it's always 2 years away, but CIG never officially says that. This latest comment from Aaron Roberts is a supposed comment at a Bar Citizen event. And people are taking it like Chris Roberts stood up and told in their face, "Squadron 42 is 2 years away." Like, they haven't said shit. They haven't said shit. The last time CIG officially said anything about Squadron 42 was Chris's letter, and it said there's nothing to be shown at Citizencon this year for Squadron 42. We'll have more information eventually, like soon. But that's the point. It's like, and that's the important thing to remember. When people go out and be like, oh, blah, 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 it's 2 years away, blah, blah, blah. CIG doesn't even know how long it's going to take. They don't have an idea of how long it's going to take because it's not done yet. And even when it's done, it could require extensive reworks and testing. Let me give you an example. Destiny 1 and Destiny 2 both built the entire game at least once, if not twice, and then had to scrap the whole thing and start again, for Destiny 1, I think it was 9 months before it released, and for Destiny 2, I think it was like a year before it officially released. They built the whole fucking game again. Because it didn't work, it wasn't fun, it didn't work properly. Bungie did the same thing with Halo 3 and Halo 2. And multiple companies have done it. Blizzard, WoW, was originally built on the Warcraft 3 engine, and it didn't work. And so they scrapped the whole thing and started it over again. I could list off so many different companies that have done that. CIG has already done that once, in the sense that they had to completely rework the game for landing on planets and stuff like that, and rework the missions and stuff for Squadron. The point being, internal dates change because you don't know what's going to happen while you're developing it. You have a plan, but the plan is a guideline and a set of checklists. You check off what you need to do, and then you get to that point and you see if you need to do more or less, and then you continue forward, because no game is the same as when it's imagined. Absolutely very rarely is a game exactly the same as when it was originally pitched. That just doesn't happen in game development because games are fluid. They're dynamic. They change based off of what's fun or not. What could be the most fun game you've ever played in your mind could be boring as fuck when you actually play it. There's completely different concepts of how that works. So, CIG doesn't know. They've never made any official statements to the fact. And getting in a pissy about it is just not worth it. Yeah, Starfield has been an idea for 25 years. It's not been in development for 25 years. I like to say it's been in development for 25 years. It's not. It's been in development for like 8 at most. What is Tony King saying? True, but let's be honest. If they don't release Squadron 42 within 2 years, the funding will dry up and slow development for Star Citizen. Next year will make it or break it. I think once we get out of that, I think that's the one thing that is important to emphasize, is that there has been nothing official. People are getting mad about fucking rumors. For all we know, that could be entirely made the fuck up. We don't know. We don't have any confirmation. Even I keep forgetting her name. She's one of the people at the pipeline, one of the main managers of the pipeline. Even she said it's a rumor that was told to her. It wasn't confirmed. People are running with it like it was fucking everywhere. Have you checked out the new Marauders? It's fun. Yeah, it looks good. It's Starkov, basically. It's literally Starkov. What rumor? Oh, it was at a Citizencon Bar Citizen event where Aaron Roberts in Asia, in like Korea or China, I can't remember. He got drunk and mentioned that Squadron 42 is 2 years away. I haven't played Mandalorians. It looks good though. Is it like an? I have to look at it. Oh, did he fix his problem? Did Algrid fix his problem there? X? Arya, yeah, Mumi Arya. Oh, you got a new camera. That's good, X. That's good to hear. I'll have to play it. I know it's a demo right now. Was it just his hard drive? That's good. That's good. That's good to hear. Now, with that being said about Squadron 42, what we need to understand about Squadron 42 is that you're likely not going to see a lot of development progress from Squadron 42. CIG said that from the very beginning. It was one of the things they said at the very, very beginning was that it's going to be developed more like a traditional game. You will see a lot less of it compared to Star Citizen, simply because it's the nature of development. So, you're not going to see much. At best, we'll see one thing a year. We didn't see anything last year, but we saw the briefing room the year before that. The year before that, we had the sizzle reel trailer. The year before that, we had the trailer. The year before that, we had the playthrough, like the full vertical slice. So we're really going to get like only bits and pieces. And the closer we get to release, the less they're going to say, because what a lot of times happens is when they get an area complete or up to the standard that a developer would like, they go through and they nitpick the shit out of it. Does this work? Does this not work? Does this, all these sorts of things. And when it comes down to it, they might go, this just doesn't feel right. And they might throw the whole thing away. It depends a lot on, does it work with the flow? Does it work with other missions? Does it work with the story they're telling? Game development is fucking weird, and it's nothing like you expect. It's closer to movie editing, but it's a lot more intense than making a movie. Because like a movie can be made in an edit, but a game has like anywhere between 10 and 1,000 editors who are all trying to work simultaneously and have to have a director who controls them, who's then controlled by another director. So it's even more complicated. At this point, it feels like they need to sit us down like children and explain, hey, this is what's going on. We're not going to tell you everything that's just being worked on. They're not going to do that, though, because that's way too much work. It's just pointless. Just let people fume and get angry and let them get out of it, because they'll forget about it in a week. Like, no one remembered Squadron 42 except for people who are super, super online about that until the rumor came out. That was it. Like, that's the only reason why people are talking about it. So we're likely not going to see a lot. With that all being said, with everything being said, meaning we have no idea when it's going to be coming out, CIG doesn't know when it's going to be finished. They have plans, but plans can sometimes go wrong. Lots of other issues. And in general, CIG has not said anything. People are just interpreting what other people have been saying weirdly, because people just do that. Let me explain to you when Squadron 42 is coming out. I've already said this many times. My guesstimate is 2025, and that has to do with two reasons. I've heard this so many times. Hey, Cobra, how you doing? You came in with me explaining when Squadron 42 is coming. How you doing, buddy? Did we get a follow command for Cobra? Did I get a... Oh, thank you for gifting that sub to info runners there, Fover. And of course, if this isn't already obvious, you should be following It's Karen from Accounting, Cobra TV, Fist 25, and Jawa Sparky. Those are the people you should be following. Fist and Jawa will be joining Griff and talking about Citizencon on Sunday. We'll be doing a 24-hour live stream for that. So, just those four people. Nobody else. Exactly. Squadron 42 comes after Squadron 41. Everyone knows that. Yeah, thank you, Cobra. It happens sometimes. If you don't check up on somebody a long time, it sometimes drops your follow and stuff like that. So, wait, people misunderstanding on the internet? How dare they? I mean, I'm not also here to say, like, to tell people not to get mad about Squadron 42. People have their own issues with Squadron 42, but at the end of the day, and I'm not saying it's valid. It's valid to be mad about Squadron 42, especially if you're passionate about it and you want to see Star Citizen get more information, all that sort of thing. I get it. I'm not here to tell you don't be mad. I'm just here to explain why it's like screaming at a wall. It might make you feel better, but it's not going to accomplish anything. And if you need to scream at the wall, scream at the wall. Go for it. Or, get a therapist. It's probably healthier. But let me explain why Squadron 42 likely has to be, like, for real this time, 2 to 3 years. CIG is hiring, they have a goal of hiring 1,000 employees by 2025. And I believe it's 1,000 employees at their Manchester office by 2025. To put that in perspective, that is bigger than most studios out there. Bigger than a lot of small publishers, in fact. It's bigger than Bethesda. But now Bethesda's part of Microsoft, but when it was Bethesda. So it's a huge amount of people. And the reason why they have to release Squadron is because they're not going to afford, there's no way in hell CIG is making enough money to pay for those salaries. It's just not possible currently. They make a lot of money, but not 1,000 employees minimum kind of money. To make that kind of money, you need to have some serious investments or some profit rolling in. And the easiest way, and since I know Chris doesn't want to give up any control of the company any more than he already has, because there's some investments, there's people who are part of the board and everything, but Chris still has majority control. The best way of doing this is to release Squadron 42. Because at a minimum, Squadron 42, when it releases, my guess is minimum is $100 million within the first couple of weeks. And that sounds like, right, $100 million. That's actually a pretty low estimate for most games of that kind of caliber. That's about what, I forget the name of it. The people who made Alan Wake and The Bureau, I think is what it's called. What is it? Those sorts of games. They made about $100 million for those releases. Yeah, basically, personal operating costs for CIG are going to double between now and 2026. Yes, and their income is not doubling between now and 2026. Control, thank you. Remedy, Remedy Games. We know they made about $100 million on Control. And that was pretty good for them. So minimum 100 mil in the first couple weeks. That's a pretty conservative estimate. But with the star power, and if they really do really good job with the marketing, then I could guarantee you, I could almost guarantee you they'll make a closer to 500 mil or $1 billion if they play their cards right. Now, am I saying, oh, well, that's a huge number, and that seems like a lot of money, and it is. But remember, games make a lot more money than that. And I'm not saying Star Citizen's making $1 billion. That's just an upper limit. I think I would be blown away if they made more than 500 million. But they need that money in order to pay for those employees. They need that money to continue developing Star Citizen, which is the reason why Squadron 42 Chapter 2 will be out, or Part 2 will be out, and Part 3 will be out shortly after, because they need those injections of cash to keep making Star Citizen. So we're running out of the clock. For real this time, Squadron 42 is going to have to come out in 3 years, simply because they're gonna run out of cash. It's just, unless they have some secret billionaire bucks, they're gonna have to have some sort of some money to release Squadron. What will be the ceiling, especially if you consider Squadron 42 will be PC only? I think the map, I would be blown away at $1 billion. I don't think they'll make $1 billion. I do think that the maximum they'll make, a reasonable amount would be about 300 million. I think about 300 million would be a good, solid outing for them for making money. Starships Next for free for real starships, yeah. But yeah, the cast is going to sell a lot, and this is going to make a lot of people angry. Sit down. I want you to take a deep breath in the nose, out the mouth. Woosah, woosah. Go to your happy place. Gentle breeze, birds chirping, nice massage, warm smell of cookies. Are you calm? Are you relaxed? Am I sending shivers down your spine with my ASMR? Good. Now that you're in a calm place, Squadron 42 is almost assuredly going to get a console release after PC, after it releases on PC, but it's almost assuredly going to go into consoles. It's free money. Free money. There's a demand for it. It has the cast for it. And Star Citizen can already be played on controls. It's just a matter of controller. It's just a matter of knowing the right controller and pre-programming and stuff like that. CIG will have no problem with that. And the engine they use is pretty easy to port to consoles. So. So what? There are some people who are legitimately angry about that idea, because they go, well, Star Citizen or Squadron 42 Star Citizen is supposed to be PC games. They still are, and they are still effectively PC exclusives. Those people need to touch grass. They do. They really do. Okay, so this is where I come in with what is the term for this? Transparency, I guess. Full transparency. I know the entire story of Squadron 42. I know the characters, I know the twists, I know the plot points, I know the MacGuffins. I don't know all of the details, but I know the broad swaths and the general idea of where the story goes. I spoiled myself on accident years ago, multiple times, so I know. So when I say this, know that I'm not saying this harshly or saying this with malice. Squadron 42 is not going to be a masterpiece, epic, sweeping. It's not going to be like a movie as a video game. It's not going to be a solid academic. People aren't going to be lauding its story for changing their lives. My experience with the story, and with Dave Haddock as a writer, and because of, reading a bunch of his stuff and talking with him, that kind of stuff, because I read a lot of Dave Haddock's stuff because I'm the lore guy, so I read a lot of what he says. And knowing enough about Chris Roberts' style, the story is much more adventure, and I would put it on par with a average to good Marvel movie. Not Endgame, not something that's going to be blown your way, but like Iron Man 2, or Captain America. Maybe Captain America Winter Soldier. Maybe like Winter Soldier. That kind of level of it's all right. Like Ant-Man. That's a good way of putting it. There's a lot of humor. There's a lot of character development. There's a lot of optional story beats. There is it's serious. There are some serious moments. It's got a lot of horror elements to it. It has a lot of it's a sweeping epic story. It's not a space opera. It's like a hard sci-fi space opera, effectively. Yeah, I mean, Iron Man 3 is a good example. I know a lot of people didn't like Iron Man 3, but I would say it's a little bit there. There's something unofficial released recently. It doesn't spoil the story, but it does wow you the visuals worth looking at if you're wanting to from hoping for the state of the game. Will they sell Squad 42 for $69.99? No, they're going to sell it for $59.99 as far as I know. That was the plan. Hey, Space Goat. Oh, they definitely changed the story. They've definitely changed the story. Like, what I heard is probably still there in terms of, like, the broad strokes, but the details and the mission details, all of that has likely changed. There's probably been some very, not abrupt, but some dramatic shifts from what I have heard and seen. When is it coming? Not even CIG can tell you. They're not anywhere near close to finishing it. I will say they're close to finishing it, but they're not close enough to give estimates. There's still a lot of stuff to be done because, and this is going to sound controversial, but if you see Star Citizen, that's Squadron. What's in Star Citizen is what's in Squadron. They're the same game. Squadron has a few things that Star Citizen doesn't have because a lot of teams at the beginning of the year moved to Squadron. So they developed a lot of stuff that was for Squadron first and then it's been ported into Star Citizen, like salvage, for instance. The new Mobiglass, the new modes, likely even the new content for resource management and those sorts of things. Repair, those sorts of aspects are probably already in Squadron. We'll get them in the next 6 months or so. But armor values not in yet. Based off of like the monthly reports, armor values aren't ready yet. The dynamic damage system isn't really fleshed out yet. So there's a bunch of stuff that is still in progress. They do have trolleys, multiple trolleys. Yes, I spoiled myself with the synopsis, and I also heard audio lines. In fact, I've heard Chris Roberts give stage directions in audio lines. It's funny to hear. I think it's already done. They're just waiting for the PU to catch up development-wise. To a degree, there's a lot of stuff that the PU, that Star Citizen needs that Squadron doesn't, in terms of infrastructure-wise and gameplay arcs. So, eyeballs are indeed wet. So, effectively, I think what's going to happen with Squadron is that it's going to release in 2025, and my argument is CIG said that they weren't going to talk about it this year, at least at Citizencon. Doesn't mean they might not talk it at the end of the year, but it's rare that we're going to see them announce anything at no event at the end of the year. It's probably not going to happen. The likelihood is that they're either going to announce it around Invictus, around E3, around Gamescom, or around Citizencon of next year. And when they announce it, it'll likely take another year for promotions. So meaning that it'll be in development still and in getting hyped up with game trailers and videos and making of documentaries. The briefing rooms, the kind of stuff will happen over the course of a year. And at the end of that year, they'll hit a release window. And I don't think we're going to see Squadron 42 coming out in 2024. I think we'll see it come out it'll probably be scheduled for 2024, but they'll probably delay it until about spring of 2025, maybe around Invictus of 2025 at the earliest, and fall of 2025 at the latest. That fits in well with their projections in terms of what they need for money, and it also fits in well with what they have currently. But they can't kick this can any further down the road. They are not a put up or shut up situation at this point. I don't know if we'll see an internal beta. I think based off of what the reports have said and based off of the discussion around it, it's a solid state. Like, they have several arcs of the story which are completely playable, which are finished. They're at the is this fun levels of that. They've had multiple things going up to vertical slice quality, is what they called it for a while. The entire beginning and end of the game, as far as I understand, is completely finished. There are sections in the middle which need to be completely reworked because they don't even have PBR in them, physical based rendering in them. So there's a bunch of like other stuff they have to go back and function and to fuck with. So any news about PES testing? Nope, nothing about that yet. They just released 3.17.3, so I'm assuming we'll hear more about 3.18 next week after Citizencon. Next year's Citizencon 2042 announcement with details of the year marketing for the next 2 years sounds a good plan. In the 2 years, yeah, it's about right. It fits about right in terms of that whole thing. Not to be hopium, because I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's the best game of all time, but what I heard intrigued me. What I heard and what I read is, this isn't spoilers because it's already been brought up in multiple trailers and stuff like that. The game, there's a lot of the part of the game takes place in Odin, and you're the only UE presence in Odin. Well, not the only. There's also Cortez. What's her name? The agent, advocacy agent in charge, who's there as well. Who's a pain in your ass because she keeps doing things without your permission and getting in trouble, and is like, I need help, as we saw in the vertical slice. So you are stuck in a backwater system dealing with a bunch of very well-armed gangs and a very cagey Shubin Interstellar. And you are one of like 4 pilots on the Stanton. So you're basically like 100. It's 100 people, including like a squad of Marines, to control an entire pissed off system. You basically are inserting yourself into a hornet's nest that you have to manage. Trejo, thank you, Trejo. So a lot of it is going to be, you're in over your head. You have to figure out, you have no resources whatsoever, and you have to accomplish your mission. That's the kind of the themes of the story. I'm more excited for the Bar Citizen and talks after Citizencon than Citizencon itself. Is that weird? No, it's not. So I just want one thing in Squad 42, drive tanks. Oh, we'll see. The UES Stanton must prevail. We have to keep the route to quarterdeck open to feed the corporate prison machine. Yeah. No square pig deliveries. What could possibly go wrong? All I can say is that there are missions that I heard which sound like you're going 12 rounds with a heavyweight champion, and then it gets worse. Like, you can tell based off of the audio, at least I could tell based off the audio, that Chris Roberts played way too much Dark Souls before he started creating Star Citizen or Squadron 42, coming up with the idea of Squadron 42, because he's like, I want you to suffer. You make a mistake, you're dead. Good luck, kid. Go all the way back from the beginning and get good, bitch. That's the kind of attitude that Chris Roberts takes with this. Yeah. Squad 42 does have loading screens, though. To be fair, the loading screens take place between missions. So, like, you have a mission that you do, and you you maybe do like a social part aspect. You maybe have like a more combat aspect. But then when you get back from those missions and you finish everything up, like Wing Commander and like Dark Souls, you can save your progress by sleeping. Going to a campfire in Dark Souls or sleeping in Wing Commander. And that's when you sleep, it advances the story. And that's the loading screen where you it fades out like you're sleeping, and then you wake up and there may be a cutscene before you wake up or something like that. But there's some loading screen where you load into the next chapter, the next aspect of the story. But rarely do you lose control of your character without going to sleep. It's like a transition scene, yeah. To be fair, yeah. About 2 years would be my guess for Squadron 42 Part 2. Because the reason why it's taking so long for Squadron 42 Part 1 is because it's Star Citizen. So Star Citizen needs to be up to the level that Squadron 42 could be, that it could be released as a single player game to get Squadron 42 out. But once Squadron 42 Part 1's out, they don't have to go with Gen 12 rendering all over again when they release Squadron 42 Part 2. They've already done that. And so a lot of those other big technical aspects will have already been solved and inserted into the game before they even started with Part 2. The 2 years drama. Well, that is based off of an early estimate by Aaron. And the reason why Aaron made that estimate is because Aaron used to run a company, the company that did the Lego games. And that's how they developed the Lego games, is they spent a lot of time working on the engine early on. Once they got the engine done, they could turn out a new Lego game every 2 years or so, using the assets they already had and adding new features, incrementally adding new features and changing the older features, in kind of rapid succession. So that's at least what Aaron Roberts thinks. So I think 2 to 3 years is a good jump between the different aspects. So we're going to UE5 for the next episode. Yeah, I could. No, that's not going to happen. They basically have built their own custom engine. Like the Star engine is their custom engine. My guess is they start you during the Battle of Vega. I am not going to say shit. Yeah, the question was, is PES needed for Squad 42? I don't think so. Because PES is more about going between servers, and there's no multiple servers in Squadron. There's just one that you're in. As far as I know, Steps, Squad 42 is built in the same PU, no loading screens. Yes, it's the same. So Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are the same game. I don't mean they're on the same engine. I don't mean they're using the same assets. I mean, they're the same game. You can run Star Citizen on Squadron 42 and vice versa. They're the same game. Because they were originally designed, like twins. They were originally designed to be one game, and then they split them to make them 2 SKUs. They're literally the same game. Lego Star Citizen soon, yeah. Do you think I have a Lego Squadron 42? Maybe. Did they say it's going to have ray tracing? Yes. They will have ray tracing in it. That's part of the new renderer, if anything. Yeah, in fact, Squadron 42 runs the same way as Star Citizen does. It boots up a server in your machine, and then your player plays on that server in your machine. So you're playing on a virtual server. It uses the same code as Star Citizen, which is why I believe, and this is something CIG is going to have to be careful about because it's going to happen if they don't address it, is that someone's going to take Squadron 42 when it releases and back develop it to run Star Citizen as a private server. I don't think you're going to have the whole verse, but they're going to load Stanton into one server, their own private servers, and get people to log in. It's likely going to happen. Why? Because that's exactly how 5M and Red M work for Red Dead Redemption 2 and GTA 5. They take the single player part of GTA and Red Dead Redemption 2, and then they they reverse engineered it into a multiplayer game. But they use the single player part, which is different from the multiplayer. Any idea what the mystery ship reveal at Citizencon will be? Not a clue. Servers are clients tool. Or clients too, yeah. I always love watching along as you discuss such interesting things. I just like talking. That's why I stream. Anyways, that was a long discussion of about an hour about mostly nothing in Squadron 42. But I think it was an important discussion because I saw a lot of people discussing it. And I tweeted about it, and a lot of people were like, "That's always 2 years." And it's like, it's yes, but no. And here's the thing: if you take anything away from this, and I really do want you to know this, I know that CIG hates memes. There's one thing that seems to really, really get under the skin of Star Citizen's management, of Cloud Imperium Games management. It's memes. Because they seem to interpret memes as negative attention, as like a hostile attack. So almost always when something gets memed really, really hard, they immediately pivot to try to deal with that problem. So if you really want more information from Squadron 42, make the 2 years thing a meme and make it funny, but make it like on the nose funny. Don't like overuse it, but use it. That will, I can guarantee you, Cloud Imperium Games would suddenly, shortly afterwards, release a tech demo or a trailer of some kind, like a technical display or trailer or something to get people to shut the fuck up about the 2 years meme. I can almost guarantee you that would happen. They're not negative attention. Memes are good advertising tools. And I can't believe, it's like, I feel like screaming that at CIG. It's like, memes function as advertisement. If you know how to work them and use them properly, you can use them to help improve your own appearance to the internet. That's just how the internet works. I don't know if it's CR who hates memes. I wouldn't direct it at CR, but I would just flood the community with it. But they already confirmed having customer service that isn't meant to be an open doors for modding intended future. It is, but there's a lot of language in how Amazon's contract works. I haven't seen CIG's specific contract with Amazon, but there's a lot of language in the general context of Amazon where they say, hey, if you're going to use any servers, you have to use Amazon servers. So any custom server would have to be on AWS. So they may eventually do that, but that is still going to be a post-release thing. And with CIG, release is going to take years. So if they're not careful, fans will do it themselves, and they might get them in trouble with Amazon. That's my point. You unleashed the meme gates? Like, I've been saying this for years. People who've been in the pub for, 5 years know that this theory of mine has gone around the verse more times than get crowshawed. But it works. Look at the most recent example. The Argo got memed. The memes really worked. They took off. Lots of people enjoyed the memes. They had a good time. And this year they completely killed the memes because they didn't want the PTV. I don't think they didn't want the PTV to win. I just think that they found a good reason to not have the PTV be entered, partially because they didn't want to see the memes. Because they're afraid of them. And I only noticed this because that's what happened with hover mode. Hey, Billy, how you doing? Hover mode. Hey, Soul Citizens, thank you for that raid. Welcome, everybody. I was just saying, hover mode had a shit ton of memes being made. It was actually probably the first time we really saw homegrown memes be created from the game inside the game. And when the memeage got so high in terms of the social media count, that's when they suddenly backtracked on hover mode. But I lie. The first time I actually saw this happening was the repair bears. Well, okay, this is This is old man Paul kind of talking. Let me tell you a tale of 2014, when Chris Roberts was doing a 10 for the chairman. He was taking a question. I don't recall which question, but it involved something about repair. So he said repair. He was attempting to say repair bays, but instead he said repair bears, and then corrected himself. The community thought this was humorous, so they began to meme repair bears and demand some sort of acknowledgement of repair bears in the game. There were several images drawn and lots of discussions on the forums. But after about 2 years, the only insertion of the repair bear meme was the gray cat paw tool, which was then changed to pyro multi-tool. That is when I realized they don't like memes. Stay a while and listen. Yes. If I end up dead tomorrow, it's CIG. The talk is a little different. The repair bear. They're going to have to embrace the memes eventually. That's a crazy story. It's a true story, Champ. It legitimately happened. A slip of the tongue by Chris Roberts on a video became a meme, and then it got buried faster than a mob hit. I don't know why they hate memes. And I don't even know if it's a conscious belief. I think it's just they interpret it as a negative or like trolling, similar to trolling. And it may be a generational thing, because a lot of CIG management is older game developers, so they may not have full understanding of memes. If I got to ask one thing, it would be for Chris Roberts to ask his daughters about memes, because they're alphas or zoomers. They've been immersed into memes their entire life, so they understand meme culture, and they'd be the first ones to tell them that memes aren't mean. They're not intended to be attacks. There are, of course, people who are shitty with memes, but most angry memes are just boring. The memes that ring true but are having fun with it is kind of like satire. It's just having fun. And the best way to kill a meme is for corporations to lean into the meme. The more a corporation leans into the meme, the more the meme will die. The faster the meme will die. So ironically, if you don't like a meme spreading, if you spread it more, it will kill it. They just want to keep up front. They can be judged by media to a minimum. They have a social media manager who's very good, and she is very talented, and understands memes. She's been doing social media management for several years. This isn't her first job as doing social media management. They're pretty good at what they do. I'd let them do their job, which includes memes, and they're pretty good at memes, even corporate memes. So, and they actually have, done that recently and in the future, or done that recently in the past, to successful results. So, embracing the memes, what media can do, what the media can do. point that you embrace the memes, it's hard to bash CIG by that. Oh, memes die faster. The more you use them, the faster they die. And hello, fellow kids usage of them will destroy them overnight. As long as you're not super cringe about it, you can do that. It's like your parents trying to embrace something you think is cool, thus making it uncool. Effectively. And corporations are very uncool. Anyways, that's a long just talk about other things. Let's talk about Citizencon. Let's take a look at Citizencon real quick. I would do a bunch of these. Would be great for little capsules, but my God, it's full of captain's table for the next month. I'm going to be doing a 24-hour captain's table, and I'm going to be segmenting that 24 hours captain's table into individual sections like any captain's table and drip feeding it out over the course of a month. I've been avoiding spoilers so I don't have to watch your streams but on this where you're going to I've been avoiding spoilers so I don't have so I haven't watched much. I don't spoil anything, Space Goat. I try not to. We do relic hunting on Sundays. But yes, we do them here. Do you think they've learned the lesson and decided not to overhype things that they may take 5 years to do development around? Yes. I think they're much better at it now than they used to be. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that a lot of community members work at CIG now. Like a lot. a lot work at CIG now. I think all the slots are filled. Like Bolin QT to Pyro? Yeah, I know that. I get that reference. Tell me about Master Munch. Well, let's take a look at Star Citizen or Citizencon. Citizencon.com. All right. So, 1 day, 12 hours. Wow, what the heck is this? Oh, color correction. That's why. Boom. There you go. All right. So it's happening on October 8th, 3 p.m. UTC. My local time is 10 a.m., which is nice. So, Journey to 4.0 Planetary Pyro. Join us for a guided in-engine tour through many of the planets and moons of upcoming Pyro system, exploring their current development status and why they're more than just burnt, charred husks you may have read about. So, this is going to be, I think, partially lore and partially exploration of the various biomes. So we're going to learn a lot more about the specific planets, which is pretty cool for lore, which is one of the reasons why I have not done a system survey on Pyro yet, because we still don't have a lot of information which is current on it. So, do not stay up to watch. Okay. Don't stay up to watch Citizencon. It will almost always be at your detriment because these are pre-recorded segments. They can put them up Jake will put them up on the website as soon as possible. They'll probably be available within the next day or within an hours of the segment going live on Citizencon when it's broadcast live. So do not stay up for it. Just wait till afterwards and watch it after the fact. So. But this is just senior environmental artist Max Kleisch, but Maximilian. He is, because it's just one person, it's just a senior environmental artist. I wouldn't expect anything crazy like AI or anything else like that. It's just going to be the planets and kind of explaining what they are, how they function, like their histories, that sort of thing, based on what they do. They go up to 4K too, yeah. Journey to 4.0 design brief investigations. So explore the pitch process for a new mission archetype that leaves combat and delivery behind for mindful deduction and increased storytelling. We've got principal systems designer Elliot Maltby. Elliot. It's Orison. And Elliot, if I meet you at a Citizencon, that's the first thing I'm going to say. And it's not intended to be mean or anything like that. It's just me rubbing you because it's in your game that I know you play, because they say it all the fucking time, because that ad is fucking annoying. It's Orison, not Horizon. And Luke Presley. So the two people who've been responsible for a lot of the content and the adjustments we've seen to gameplay over the years. They're both very good at their jobs. They're talented individuals. They give a shit about the community and really want to see us thrive. So this is going to be very interesting, because these are the people you talk to when you want gameplay. The other teams help develop the back-end tools for it. These are the people who actually make it game, make it fun, change the ideas. These are the people who are tactilely involved. They get their hands dirty in the game. So this should be interesting, because investigation missions is likely going to be an overhaul of the current system we have, and likely a lead into bounty hunting. This is likely going to be part of bounty hunting, because for those of you who don't know, the purpose of having the dynamic mission system is that the dynamic mission system will generate missions that are taking other mission archetypes and slamming them together for multiple part missions. So a brief idea of a investigation or of a bounty hunting mission would be an investigation mission, followed by maybe some combat missions, followed by more investigation, followed by a delivery mission, followed by investigation, followed by combat mission, and you're done. So you have different stages of a mission that you complete, which can be randomly generated based off of whatever things you're finding. So you think of this as a Lego block that they're working on as a archetype. That's why they even say mission archetype in the thing. This is a portion of that. And they've been working on the dynamic mission system, so we may hear a little bit about the dynamic mission system in this conversation. So probably not the main topic. They may just mention that it's part of the overall new change that's going to happen down the line. So, and Kovalex, which a lot of people say is the best, that's probably where they're going to go with it. That's probably what they're going to drill down on and say, this is Kovalex. It's one of the oldest missions in the game. It's one of the most beloved missions of the game. How can we encapsulate that without having to hire an army of voice actors, which they'll do. So this is interesting. If you are a gameplay person and you want to see more shit in game, if you scream at CIG every time they say, no more fucking ships, no more goddamn planets, I just want gameplay, this is the thing you want to watch. All I really care about is some sort of scientific crafting system. That's further down the line. It's much further down the line. Then new underground. This is the other cool thing. When corporations, commerce, and caverns collide, take your first look at the enormous reimagining of underground facilities and new gameplay possibilities that will arrive with them. Have y'all played Fallout? Or Metro? You know how those games, when they go underground, often go from caverns to subway tunnels to crafted bunkers, underground stuff? That is likely what they're going to talk about, because they've been reworking this for years. In fact, I think specifically it was either the EU team or Montreal team is responsible for that. They've been mentioning it in monthly reports for a while now. It's not going to be as engaging as some of these other ones, but again, this is one of those things where they're taking what we currently have and expanding the play area dramatically and giving more variety to them. So that's going to be cool if you're, again, mission archetype. We're seeing more. And that's the thing I'd like to point out about this is that a lot of this stuff is specifically gameplay and game function based. It's not really like only really one thing, which is on planets. And there's Lordville Redux, which we'll talk about that as well in a moment. But and this is an art director, so I don't think we'll see a ton of actual gameplay. I think we're going to see mostly their concept work on the different structures that they're working on. We might see some of the tools itself, but just because it's Ian is the only one who's there, I think it's likely we're not going to see a ton of gameplay, actual practical gameplay on that. Having back entries to UGF though through caves would be very cool. Yeah, and likely things like landing in UGFs or multiple levels of UGFs rather than just the three like ways you can ascend and descend. I'm looking forward to breaking into profession missions like Space Hulk to borrow from Warhammer 40k, clear wreck of hostiles, salvage the goodies they were guarding. I'd love to see that, and I know enough people at CIG play those tabletop games like Space Hulk and 40k that I think they would be okay with that idea, with doing a Necromunda Space Hulk type experience underground, where you're, here's the mission objective, good luck, son, kind of thing. Welcome back, Tree. If it's EU, it has to be EU. EU, if it were Montreal, it would have been mentioned and done 3 hours after the reports were collected. That sucks. Not Warhammer 30k though. That's nothing but bugs. All right. Now this is probably, I think, the most important one for myself, and for a lot of people as well, because you just look at that number of people: David Coulson, Richard Towler, Jed Talbot, Yogi, and Johnny Young. Holy fuck! holy Jesus fuck! Like, there's 5 people on that fucking list. And that's another way you can see some of these things. If there's a lot of people on these lists, it's important because they're going to need a lot of people to try to explain the various aspects of it. So, hey, P. Gill, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for giving that subs to P. Gill and to Cryptical. Chris Roberts says Orison sometimes. Well, then Imaginary Jerry, he has to... It's his own game. They say it in game. It's not like some sort of mystical pronunciation that's not in solid. Visit Orison, the city in the clouds. How many of you have PTSD now that I said that? You're playing the whole ad in your head because you've heard it so many goddamn times. But they say Orison in game. I'm sure even in the Siege of Orison, I'm sure even Dooley, Anna's character, says Orison as well. Why did you do this? I did this to make a point. It's not about money. It's about sending a message that it's Orison, damn it. What are you waiting for? Why would it be a Microtech accent? It's in Crusader. Anyways, road to multiple, like the mode for the need for multiple speeds. We know how the speed impacts combat. Now learn how master modules, initially developed for Squadron 42, will impact the flight experience of the persistent universe, and better define ship roles for all vehicles in Star Citizen. This is likely twofold. One, multi-crew modules. And I know people, well, you don't need multi-crew modules in Star Citizen and Squad 42. No, but there's almost certainly various aspects of the game that will require different usage of different tools. Being a gunner, being an engineer, doing some maintenance, flying the ship, being a bombardier, whatever. There's different aspects of the game that you're probably, just for diversity fucking sake, that you're going to be doing something other than being in a ship and pew-pewing with your ship. It's just, pew-pew is going to be a major part of the game, but there's going to be other aspects of the game. I can guarantee that. And that's likely where it was developed. I don't think the master modules are going to be too different from what we already have, which is modes. I think that they're likely just the master, like the net modes are nested inside modules. So you know which version, what you're doing. So like flight mode will have, the master module for flight will have flight, scanning, and QT. So you can flip between those different aspects, but it's set inside an entire module, so you can control that whole area. Hey, Loken, getting all the raids tonight. How y'all doing? That's a thought. How do you think accents would develop in Star Citizen per planet, per star system? Probably per planet. I mean, we have different accents in different cities that are less than, a couple of hours apart travel. So there's definitely going to be lots of accents all over. So, and for those of you who don't know, I'm going to be joining Loken on Saturday for a watch through of this. We're just kind of going over Citizencon right now, so what to expect and stuff like that. So I'm going to be hanging out on Loken's stream, twitch.tv/LokenPlays. We'll see myself and Loken watching and talking about the game, about this, and then afterwards we'll talk a little bit. We'll wrap it up a little bit, but then I have to do that buggy race that they want us to do. So, how you doing, Loken? What were you up to? Yeah, there are normalizing factors in Star Citizen. Looking forward to it. I was doing a good, got done with some Star Citizen. Nice. All right. So, I think this is going to be an important one to listen to. The need for multiple speeds is going to be important because it's going to fundamentally impact how we play the game. And the fact that it says Road to 4.0 tells me that it's likely not going to be added to the game until 4.0. That's probably their shoot. They're aiming for 4.0. So 4.0 is going to be, if all of this stuff manages to hit for 4.0, we're likely going to see a very different game with 4.0. Not just, hey, here's Pyro. It's going to play completely differently as well. Exactly. I for one part also want to salvage the ships displayed in Crusader Showroom. Yeah, new UI we already know exists, that kind of stuff they've been talking about. I mean, CIG said that the move jump points would be 4.0, but I think it's going to be again a significant improvement. I actually don't know. I think they're Northern English or Scottish or Irish accents is what we're hearing. And the fact that, CIG is headquartered in Manchester, they probably have a lot of people with Manchester accents. I'm happy with 317 through 3. I can't wait for a few months of 318. You mean another flight rework? I don't think this is going to be a significant flight rework. I think, honestly, and we'll go back to this one, I think it's mostly going to be a tuning. Like in the past, we've had major overhauls of the flight rework. I think what we're going to see is them slowing the fuck down. Because we're finally at the point where CIG can say, we cannot do fast movements simply because fast movements causes too much desync. So we need to slow the game down. They're reaching the limits of what they can actually do. And it has little to do with the engine and more to do with the speed of fucking light. They're dealing with legitimate physics problems, like IRL physics problems when it comes to developing a game online. So they're going to have to make some changes, but they don't want to do it in a way that is going to make the game less fun. So they have to make some other aspects of it. That's kind of what we're going to see. It is the reason why the vehicles were slowed down as well, because of trying to track all that information. Yeah, it feels like a refinement, not a rework. Oh, are we going back down again? No. I mean, we're slowing down, yes. Oh, you mean you can't simulate thousands of players moving at the speed of light? Who would have thought? But that's going to be a very important one for people. So if you really want to know what's going to happen in next year, like what Star Citizen is going to be like, that's probably the most important one to kind of pay attention to. How does this affect gameplay? Movement is going to affect gameplay. It's likely going to affect gameplay in the sense that a lot of people, and this is might trigger some people, a lot of Star Citizen is built on the backs of it being a multiplayer game. So a lot of larger multiplayer ships, like the Connie, are going to start to require the use of multiple players to be able to function. Or you could use the master modules, but it's going to be clunky and awkward to move through them and be much more efficient if you have another player doing them. So I think that's what we're moving towards. And that's how it's going to fundamentally affect gameplay, is how we fundamentally do everything from flight to quantum to targeting to scanning to combat to mining. Everything is going to have its own kind of thing. Why is the new underground vehicle faster than everything else, if that's the case? Because it's a concept, or it's in early works, and it's not going to be in the game till 3.18, so they'll probably change it again. Because if I remember correctly, they changed all the speeds just now, and the leak came out before they changed all the speeds. So we have no fucking idea what the speed of the new vehicle is, because it's just a leak. And they probably will nerf it after sale anyways, yeah. They'll probably nerf it in testing. They can solo just hire a bunch of NPC crew, which won't be in the game for several years. So, yeah. And before people go, well, that's just that they just wait until NPCs come in. They just don't do this until NPCs come in. It's like, yeah, they said the same. Should have said the same thing about fucking prisons. Or anything else CIG has done that they did before it was ready. Doesn't matter. They're going to do it because it's ready right now, and it technically can work. The speed change could cause, we could be worst case, make flying unfun into Star Wars. Best case, it gets even more realistic and ups the skill ceiling some more. I think it's going to do both. I think it's going to smooth out a lot of the bumps for early. It'll be a lot easier for people to pilot, but it's going to cap the skill ceiling for people who really want to get the most out of their ships. But I think it's also going to make PvPers move towards multi-crew ships. You're going to have to start relying on other people and do really well with that. Which has already started happening. It wasn't a leak, it was a data mine. It was values, the values in the game in a PTU build. Pre-changes to speeds. I'm gonna say this, and it might shock you, but CIG likely does not put any final values on anything they have in a file before it's fully released. Yeah, Rival's right. They're probably going to wait to fully integrate NPC AI until Quantum is ready. That's probably likely. And if it's the case that they're doing it for Squadron 42, that means that the earliest I would see it being added to Star Citizen is 2024. That's still years away. 4.0 is coming out next year. Like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, no, what? It's not. No, it's coming out next year. I don't know when it's coming out next year, but it's coming out next year. It's just the march of progress moves forward, not backwards. It'll come out next year. It'll be broken as fuck, but it'll be out. The real answer. All right, this is my favorite one because I'm really interested in hearing more about this. Tell me more about these neighborhoods. Journey to 4.0 Lorville Redux. We've come a long way since our first planetary landing, and you'll get a glimpse at how everything we learned since then is being reapplied to this walled, polluted city. This is 3 people, which is important. Guidon, Ian, and Maxime. I don't know his name. But these are a lot of people who are from Montreal. So, and the one update we've seen about Lorville, which was was August or September. It was August monthly report. They mentioned neighborhoods between the various neighborhoods. And that made me go, what? neighborhoods. So, yeah, 4.0 will still be alpha. What you'll see is a 1.0 beta, 2.0 beta. That's going to be after. I think I'm going to go on a limb here and say that 4.0 is the last major, like, numbered alpha we'll get. The next number will be beta. Yeah, I think it'll still be like a year or two, but Chris has repeatedly said the beta will be when they have 5 to 10 systems. Well, also other aspects, but the real problem, the only reasons why we don't have multiple systems in right now has to do with server tech, just server meshing. Server meshing isn't ready yet. When it becomes ready, they'll release a system. Systems can be turned around in like a month. And when CIG is only focused on systems and not having to do a bunch of back-end tech, we'll see the pipeline develop like we've seen with everything else, where we'll see basically CIG will unleash Montreal. Because that's what Montreal is designed to do. That's their job. That's where they were formed, was to build content for Star Citizen. So if you're like, holy shit, Montreal is fast, that's the speed they're going to develop fucking systems at. So when we've been saying, release the French Canadians, yes, it would have been saying like you're going to see speed ups of development. If you're surprised by Montreal speed, you shouldn't, because that's the speed they're going to be developing new systems in. So the secret sauce, which is weird because, and again, no shade on Turbulent. Their development team is very good. And I'm sure it's not just Turbulent, the web developers, but their website sucks ass. It is terrible to navigate. It is confusing and dumb. It needs to be completely overhauled. But I think that has more to do with this attachment to things like LTI and ship sales and all these other things, which are just kind of clogging up the whole system that they have to build for. 3 people redid all of Stanton in a month. Yeah. I don't think we'll ever have a urination meter. We'll definitely have hygiene. But no news yet. That's probably, I would say that's 2 to 3 years away. Something like that. All right. So this is going to be interesting because I think what we'll see at Lorville is the future of landing zones. Because again, Montreal is developing the future landing zones for the game. So what we see here is them taking everything that CIG's learned, developing the new tools and all the old tools, and they're going to see how they can apply it to Lorville. So with 4.0, we're going to see a completely redone Lorville. We might even see it earlier, who knows? And I think they'll apply that again to once Pyro comes out. We'll see them tackle ArcCorp, because ArcCorp needs to get completely redone from the ground up as well. And once they do ArcCorp, I can almost guarantee you that they will be the ones to work on new landing zones and systems, starting with the after Nyx, because Nyx has already been worked on. Yeah, I think Lorville is going to be the new standard for cities. Well, ArcCorp, if you talk with the people who develop the environmental systems in Star Citizen, the environmental artists and stuff like that, ArcCorp was built completely different from all the other planets. Like Orison, or like Crusader, Microtech, and Hurston are effectively the same technology. They use the same tech, they use the same stuff, but ArcCorp is built completely different because they had to build it for the scale that they were looking for. It was very, very different. So they've always said they wanted to go back and reapply what they've learned with ArcCorp as well to improve performance and to make it look better, because they're not happy with the way it looks. So we'll see that. All right. Then we have Power Play, how the upcoming resource management system will change life in the verse as we know it, from combat to player homesteading to allow for true multi-crew gameplay. So this is multi-crew. This is multi-crew, this is repair, this is salvage, this is what we're going to get for the multi-crew section. So we really have like 2 or 3 different hints at multi-crew plus one big standard one with Dan Truffin, who's been working on the resource management for months now. So wet ship shaders, yes. Technically the 3rd public iteration of Lorville. Public? I think only the 2nd. Because the first and second, the first was a demo at Citizencon, which was never playable. But then the second was the actual Lorville we got. Same with ArcCorp. The first one was a demo. The second one was a at Citizencon. The second one was a actual playable. Hey, Tinbot, thanks for hanging out. Comment, it'd be fun to have a commercial area at Lorville, like Area 18, looks like, but with Lorville City's vibe center. Yeah, I'd love to see something like that. If there is even ever poop mechanics in the game, they'll have to make special Cutlass Brown with toilets and a mule version to remove the manure. A honey pot, or a honey bucket is what they're called. They were called. I think... I honestly think that we're probably not going to see immersive pooping, but we will have some sort of hygiene manager where you will have to, there'll be some sort of tool you'll use. Well, you'll see how well you are maintained, and you'll do certain things which will reduce your hygiene or increase your hygiene, like brush your teeth, shower, use the toilet, various things like that, which will improve your hygiene overall. And that will impact your ability in dealing with NPCs. Some NPCs will not work with you if you don't have the right hygiene, you know, so. I sure want to have a button for clenching cheats. I don't think it's going to be an immersive poop simulator, though I do expect that's going to be an April Fool's joke at some point. No poop immersion. I don't think you're going to have not poop immersion. I think you're just going to sit on the toilet and there'll be a little animation that plays, but that's about it. Why do I have a crapper on my ship if I can't use it? Because it's immersive. Because the crapper is also the shoilets, you know, the shower toilets, plus sinks and other things like that. Do you think they'll phase out the Wonka Vaders into more realistic ones at some point? Nope. Nope. The Wonka Vaders are here to stay, yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Because it would take far too long to do realistic elevators for everything they want to do. So that's just what you're going to get. Will toilet paper also be part of resource management? Possibly. Y'all are like going off on the meme side of things, and being like, this is outrageous. It's like, no, you will 100% likely still poop. It's just not going to be an immersive, hold X to poop sort of, or mini game pooping mini game. It's going to be hold X to poop. So the vending machines have actually been mentioned multiple times as being almost, or if not completely done, multiple times. I think they're just waiting for animations at this point. Rhythm Poop Sim sounds legit. And I honestly think that it was mostly like the whole concept of that is mostly going to be built around the hygiene, which they've already talked about in detail, which is they want to have hygiene be a thing with NPCs and vendors. So if you smell like shit, you're going to get higher prices. Like people are going to charge you more money or tell you just to get the fuck out of their store. And some people will just be like, nope, I'm not going to work with you. I'm not giving you any missions until you go take a fucking shower. No, tree. Flushable baby wipes for kings and conquerors. No. For emperors. For gods. For demigods and gods. The true joy is the bidet. Especially in space. Short question for you. Did we have a Citizencon last year? Yes, but it's just like this one. It was a virtual Citizencon. Every so often I get back into the game, so forgive the questions. I've backed since Kickstarter, and it's why I got back into PC gaming. It's just been a while. I started paying attention again and playing like 4 months after 18-month break. I'm sure you've experienced a very different game that is much better, much more playable than your last experience. It's fine to ask questions. I'll do my best to answer as best I can, but... Imperators. In 0G for sure, but luckily they have this thing called anti-gravity in Star Citizen. I see only being able to log out in your ship. If you log it out in a spaceport, your body falls to the ground, will be looted. Same with armor and lockers and stuff. Only way to put stuff in inventory. Nah, I don't think that's going to necessarily happen, but I think you'll definitely risk if you log out being looted and stuff like that. I've got a case of combat wipes 5 feet from me. Those things are great for field camping. That'd be a great ad there, Roy. Wait until your friend goes to poop, then pull a 10G to help them out. I got what you were referencing, Tree. The one thing I will say is that all of my plumber friends say, do not use fucking flushing baby wipes. They say they're flushable. They're fucking not. So be careful when you do them. They've been talking about zero-G push and pull for a long time. I wonder if they're going to show the case that soon. It's required for Squadron, so I'm assuming it will be in the game soon, but they're probably trying to make it feel better. It's been in the game for a while. It's just not fully integrated yet. Some of the parts they've been talking about for recently. So I think it's one of those things that I would expect they will add to the game, but likely not 4.0. It's likely a post 4.0 release. Yeah, next year for zero-G push and pull. We'll probably learn more about it soon. You think they'll bring back elevators that go to one specific hangar in spaceports? No, probably not. It's the same reason why we're going to get Beam Citizen. All right. The last thing we're going to talk about is talking ship in 2952. This is just ships. We're going to see a lot of fucking ships, as we'll see in the monthly report. Zero-G push when someone pulls your finger? Exactly. Astro, what do you think about exploration gameplay? Any idea? Yes, I do have an idea, and no one's going to like it. Do you like maps? Do you like scanning for maps? Do you like updating maps? Are you a cartographer? Do you enjoy the aspect of cartography? Then exploration is for you. Forget exploring strange new worlds and making love to alien women. You're going to explore the same patch of dirt that millions of other people have explored before you to update maps. Sometimes you're going to encounter some interesting things, but rarely is it going to be a beautiful woman. More likely a bear that's going to try to kill you. Or, you know, you get the shits because you ate the wrong type of mushroom. But that's about it. Every so often you'll discover some exciting, vibrant thing, but most of the time it's just scanning and updating maps. Thanks for that $9 there, Dippa, for that super chat. If you really enjoy cartography and triangulation, if you are a like me, an award-winning orienteer. By the way, that's one thing I always forget about me. I've actually won orienteering awards. I've won orienteering competitions before, like state level orienteering competitions. I used to be very good at knowing where the fuck I was with the map and compass. And while that does sound boring, to me, that sounds fucking fun. Let's go walk out in the middle of the woods and then map this place. Mr. Orienteer? Orienteering is just when you use a map and compass to navigate and find specific locations. It's like geocaching before they had GPS. Yeah, then phones became a thing and no one needed it anymore. It's a completely useless tool used for campers in the military. Thank you, Deepa. What about a key card or something to be held on your player that holds data to be to anything you've ever explored? There'll probably be stuff like that. You'll probably upload that data and then give it back to the ICC stellar surveyors or other private organizations, or you can hold it onto yourself and sell it to other players just to know where locations of minerals and stuff is going to be. Most of exploration is going to be in the process of discovering stuff for others to exploit, be it resources or locations. Every so often, you'll find a jump point if you're very, very lucky, and maybe you'll find some rare, long lost civilization. But most of it's just going to be updating maps. That's the bread and butter. I used to make topography graphs for fun, so yeah. I learned that in flight school, so yeah. Thank you, Deepa. Oh yeah, we're definitely like Laura's going to spend days at sites of wrecks and of other places to gather resources. We'll do that at some point. What I don't get is we have Amazon today. Why can't I get my new cooler shipped to me to Stanton? I'm traveling to where I spawn. Really take a few days in game. I think that's eventually going to be it. They've actually have an in-lore game company called Voyager Direct, which was supposed to do that in game. The reason why it's not in yet is just because they haven't built the systems for it. But I think that's eventually planned, where you can buy something and have it shipped to a location. But they also want to have meaningful gameplay aspects for it. So like you're never going to get it shipped to Pyro because no one's going to fucking deliver it to Pyro. And they also probably want to integrate that in with the Quanta system, which is the back-end system, which is the dynamic economy. That's what they're calling the dynamic economy now, where like the virtual AIs and the data points will be flying all over the place. So if you buy something, it'll actually have to be shipped through the back-end services to the location virtually. So League of Responsible Explorers? No, League of Relic Enthusiasts is what we are. The League of Relic Enthusiasts. Or just the League. When Pyro comes out, what do players who have a starter ship do? Since the starter ship won't get stranded, don't go to Pyro if you're a starter. I say this again, and I'll say it once, and I'll say it again. If you're a new player and you're like, oh boy, I'm going to go to Stanton, that's like saying, hey, I just graduated high school. I want to go tour, Mogadishu for fun. And not even have any training. Good luck. There's plenty to explore in Stanton. If you're a new player with just a starter ship, Stanton's still there. Didn't go anywhere. Stay there first. Oh, God, GIS. Ugh. Why don't you go to I was gonna say Kandahar, but I think it's in Iraq, isn't it? Stay sexy, my friends. Thank you, Red. Thank you. Thank you for that $20. Yeah, head to Afghanistan. Go on a sunny vacation tour through the mountains of Afghanistan with nothing but a light pack. I'm sure nothing will go wrong. You know what's great this time of year? Eastern and southern Ukraine. Why stay in Paris when you can backpack through Kherson right now? That is the equivalent of Pyro. Pyro is Mad Max in space. You're gonna die if you show up in a light jogging pants and a day pack. Did not have fun. Yeah. Yeah. It's that's the whole point. Is like Pyro is not going to be new player friendly, and it's not supposed to be. There are going to be parts of this game which are unreachable or not, or you can go there, but you're just gonna die a lot. Damn, Deepa dropping the fucking huge dollars. Thank you for that $50 dono there. Whew. Oh, the Soul of the Wolf. Thank you so much for that raid. I didn't see that coming in. Thank you, buddy. Thank you for them biddies there, E Paladin. Lots of free stuff in those locations. Yes. It does sound lovely. Well, that's the thing. It's like, for the right type of person, you can go there, but you're going to have a bad time, or you're going to have an adventure. Hey, Victoria. On a rocket. Yeah. I see that. Oh, it'd be bad, yeah. Not many players currently do refueling. How can this change since not everyone's going to have a Starfarer? There'll be more players doing Starfarer stuff. Basically, you're not going to leave Pyro. You're not going to leave Stanton unless you have a logistics train. Which is one of the reasons why I've been doing this about logistics for years. I'm like, logistics. You go anywhere, you need to have fuel, you need to have food, you need to have shelter, and you need to have a way the fuck back. So having those things planned out ahead of time, or knowing people who have those things around you while you're planning your trips, are important. Star Citizen's all about planning. Stanton is smaller, so it's easier to just not have to worry about it. But Pyro's big, it's going to require more planning. Yes, and I think you'll see more Starfarers become it, and then eventually you'll see when either around 4.0 or shortly after 4.0, we'll almost certainly see. Oh shit! And I didn't even see that. Deepa, thank you for that 3 months of being a VIP on YouTube as well. Thank you so much for being a member on YouTube. The meme is never more true. One does not simply walk into Pyro. No. Do you think they'll offer hand refueling gas can to refuel on one's own? At some point, yes. We're definitely going to see more. We'll definitely see more AI being involved in refueling and stuff like that after 4.0 or around 4.0. We don't know quite yet, but it depends on virtual AI and other things like that. There are going to be stations in Pyro, though, which you can visit to go refuel. And I think, in general, those stations will be mostly neutral. But if you start getting involved in the bullshit in Pyro, then you're going to start getting negative reputation. And you're still going to get jumped by various factions all the time. So you never know. You could show up at a station, leave, get jumped by that station's owning pirate gang, and then you blow them up and survive, and you won't be welcome back at that station anymore. So it's going to be complicated. Hey, all for you in this content. Been watching you for years. Thank you again, Deepa. People are not ready for the new age of physicalized cargo in Pyro. No more holdups, just straight up murder and robbery. Flamethrowers when Flammenwaffen. Soon, I hope, because them's big fucking bugs in Pyro. Pyro is going to have lots of loot. Some of the most valuable aspects, items in the game will be found in Pyro. Stuff you can find in today, which are super valuable, will not be valuable in the future, or will be much harder to find in Stanton, and you'll find it more in Pyro. When I say things like Quantanium will no longer be the premier thing that makes you all the money, when Pyro comes out, I mean that. They're going to reduce that value and then change to something else, because they can do that. The most valuable we found in cargo holds? Yes. Are the whip crabs, the work in progress crabs? Yeah, the whip crabs. Oh yeah, they're definitely the whip crabs are not crabs. They are not crabs at all. It's just an issue of carcinization, where everything becomes crab. They're more ant. They're like a rock ant. They're a hive mind, or not a hive mind. They live in colonies with a queen, and then the queen has their babies, and the babies are kind of like their workers and their warriors. So Hans, get the Flammenpanzer. Yes. Short E, short for Deepa. Ipa? Depa? Is that what it is? Depa? Okay. Crustus mine ants that will, crustaceous mine ants that will outright murder you for very friendly species. Very friendly, yeah. Still say we get the rock bug in new caves. I think that'll be our first alien critter in game. I don't doubt it. I think that's they've made that fairly obvious with some of their stuff. So I don't know about the new caves though. I'd love to see it, but Depa. Okay, Depa. Like deposition, but Depa. Okay. I'll probably forget it. So Salty Mike talked about something interesting. System interplay, like something you can farm in Pyro is cheap in Pyro, but in Stanton it's super expensive, and vice versa. Been saying it for years. I've been saying it for years. The most valuable aspect in valuable commodity in Pyro is probably going to be water and food, because and medical supplies. Those are the three most, because they probably don't have access to a lot of those locally grown or locally manufactured. So getting water or like spirits or stims, something that requires a lot of manufacturing capability to Pyro, is going to make you a shit ton of money. And what does Pyro have in abundance? Resources and drugs. So those resources and drugs will be very cheap in Pyro and very expensive in Stanton, so you can then move those back over to Stanton. So mining, that's where you're going to get a lot of stuff. Salvage is where you're going to find all of the lucrative shit that's super expensive that you can then transfer over to your ship and then take that back to Stanton. And drugs, most of the drug labs in Stanton will probably be shut down by that point, or they'll disappear, and we'll see most of the drug business be going through Pyro, going back into Stanton. Drugs are bad, okay? Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, ship parts, bullets. Yeah. The 18 million pledge goal allows only players that have supported the game will allow for immediate access to exclusive star systems. Will this be an advantage? I don't know. I'm sure. I don't know which that one that was. To an exclusive star system. Do you remember what exclusive star system it was, Kinrin? That likely has also changed dramatically. Revenant tree can be grown fucking anywhere. The lore behind the Revenant tree is that it's literally an invasive species that is impossible to kill. It can grow in shitty soil. It's perfect for that. So Revenant tree sap and tree pollen is good for drugs, but you can be grown anywhere. You'll see them all over the place in Pyro, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't remember an exclusive star system. There wasn't an Elite Dangerous thing where Soul was exclusive to backers at some point, but everyone else had access to it. If we see something like that in Star Citizen, it's likely going to be that. It'll be like players who will get automatic reputation enough to get in there. Is it green, the beach planet? Yeah, you won't really have an advantage at that point. It doesn't say what system it is. It's probably entirely been forgotten, or they're not planning it anymore, Kinrin. Lots of stuff like that's changed. The Hill Horror Mask is one of the new ones. That's an older one. But yeah, it's been out for a while. It's newer to earn. You know, shitty soil is excellent for farming. But oh, there's a green one. Okay, yeah, that's the newer one, yeah. Because there's an older one that was just a Hill Horror one. It does say that our Q2 drives will have coordinates to it at the start, so people will have access to it. There's probably will have to, but it's probably will have to change. Just in general, the game has changed dramatically since the early ideas in terms of just the how the game will function. You can get a soul permit from the Feds, Navy, Shinrata Desra permit unlocks it until you have elite rank and profession. God fucking damn it, Deepa. Deepa's just like, money. Fucking money. Thank you, buddy. All right, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to run an ad. You know what to do, Twitch chat, and I apologize for these on YouTube. Mute your headsets if you're watching this on YouTube. I'm going to make sure it's on.
Hey, a tip.
Deepa super chatted $49.99.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm going to go get some...
old-fashioned cowboy.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'll be right back.
Everybody and his dog calls himself now.
Yes.
Everyone.
Yes.
Everyone.
Yes.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Dance.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw. Everybody and his dog calls himself
It
an
was
outlaw.
at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Weapons free goal.
Bounty hunting is a complicated
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw. Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Dance.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
bounty hunting is a
Deeper Super Chat of $19.69.
Just an old-fashioned cowboy. Just an old-fashioned cowboy.
I'm bringing up. No more fun. No more fun. Stop it. Get some help. Professor Shelley is here. Astro Killjoy? Yes. All right, the monthly report. They're preparing to push the first iteration of Rastar. I don't know what that means by that. It means that they're pushing the tool. That's all it means. All right. So we're going to do the monthly report now because it's been 2 hours, and this is going to take me an hour because this is a long one and an in-depth one. So this is going to be, for those of you who don't know, I do this thing called capsules where I actually take aspects of this and I turn it into their own individual videos that I'll release on the YouTube channel. So I'm going to be addressing the camera and talking like this as if it's a YouTube video, not really addressing y'all in chat. So if you have any questions or any comments, save them till after I'm done, or you can use the question system. The Captain's Table question is on. I think the redemption are for those of you on YouTube or on Twitch. Let me double check. Yes, it's still on, so you can use that if you need to. A round of beers. Let's do a round of beers. Malakiri, thank you so much for that 7 days ago. Hey. Malakiri, didn't see that. But the glasses? Well, I'm going to be using the glasses to read because it reduces the strain on my eyes. I actually wear glasses normally. I don't really need them just because I don't need them. But I don't wear them usually when I stream because of this. You can see that? Hello, ring light. So I tend not to use them a lot because of that. But I think I'm going to start... I have to get new glasses anyway, so I'll start wearing them more frequently. But like I can read without them. It's just eye strain. And I look better without them. So there's no fucking way I'm getting contacts because those are... I don't want to put shards of glass in my eyes. It's not that bad. So I came into a sea of sound effects, yes. All right. Thank you, Deepa, for that, Depa, for that $4.99 as well. Sexy historian glasses. I'll see you after class. No, it's bad. I feel just dirty when I say that. No. No. I hate those like cliches too, because it's like if you've like it obviously happens in all the time. Sadly, especially it happens more frequently in colleges, but like. It's creepy, especially even in colleges. It's creepy because you're dealing with like 18 to 21-year-olds or 25-year-olds who just like who are kids effectively, and you as a professor have been around for like you're like in your 30s. Are you seriously going to like hit on and date kids? Fucked up, dude. Fucked up. Or do that, you know. It's not even just the power dynamic. It's like, I'm a high school teacher. I teach kids who are 17, 18 years old. They're still kids. Like, they're annoying at times. They're frustrating. They're rewarding because like they get these ideas and you can talk with them and they can have conversations. But they're kids, you know? Someone mentioned it, so I just wanted to bring that up. Hello, fellow kids, yeah. Anywho, with that all gross, disgusting shit out of the way, let's get started with the actual report. Fuck DiCaprio. All right. I'm going to start the recording. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. My nose is a little stuffy because I forgot to take my my allergy medicine recently, so I apologize for that. But this is a small segment of my long live stream, The Office Hours, which is 3 to 4 hours every Thursdays starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Come join us live. It's an AMA. We talk about lore. We talk about the latest news. It's just a sit down kind of chat, hang out, ask questions, get answers, discuss aspects. It's a fun time. So come join us there, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive to join us live there. But this is a long running portion of my Office Hours capsules where I read the entirety of the monthly reports from Star Citizen. I usually do a PU and an Squadron 42. I actually recorded a Squadron 42 one last month, but I forgot to upload it and then I lost the footage. So, but this is the September PU monthly report. And it's important to understand that this is not a summary. There's nothing wrong with summaries. There are plenty of people who do a good job at summarizing content. But there's a fundamental issue when it comes to relying on summarized content. And this is the teacher in me coming out, which is without reading the full context of the report or the full language and verbiage, you're relying on the interpretations of somebody else who may have a flawed, skewed, biased perspective of it, or have alternative takes. So I think it's important to read these things verbatim. It's okay to input your own context, your own opinions and stuff like that, which I do all the time. But reading them verbatim so that people can hear the whole thing and gather all of the points. Now, I won't understand everything I'm reading. Sometimes it's just gibberish to me, but I hope it gets some aspect of you. So if you enjoy this, please let me know in the comments below. And if you do, subscribe to the channel. Make sure you hit the little bell icon to know exactly when these come out. It'll even tell you when I'm going live. And of course, make sure you hit that like button to spread the word. It helps spread the channel, grow the channel. We've had some great growth since we've kind of split the channel into the lore channel that I do, the Astro Historian, and this channel, the TheAstroPubLive. So I'd love to, and of course, join us live Thursdays at 9 p.m. Eastern. Love to see you there. Without further ado, let's talk about the September 2022 monthly report. And this is where I get my glasses on. Let's get started. All right. The Squadron, or the PU Star Citizen monthly report for September 2022. Welcome to the spookiest month of the year. If the terrors in the verse are getting a bit much, you can bury your head in this month's report. Forget about Neville Lott and learn about everything accomplished throughout September. Read on the latest news on AI behaviors, upcoming ships, locations, and more. AI features. Last month, the AI features team continued to develop the traits that allow for specialization of NPC behaviors in specific levels and scenarios. This included implementing the Sentry trait, which forces characters to use their defensive tactics and never leave cover unless compromised. This will be particularly useful for NPCs equipped with sniper rifles and rocket launchers. The Reckless trait is the opposite, forcing a character to only adopt aggressive tactics and never use cover options. This will be utilized by close combat berserker enemy types. There are also aggressive and cautious traits that'll adopt varying weights for cover use. They also implemented usables that will allow context-specific search animations to be played around certain level features. For example, vents over railings and around crates. This adds life to NPC investigations and gives them more opportunity to use the environment to search, along with increasing tension for hunted players. Perception work. Okay, so before we get to that point, it's important to mention this is the second, maybe even third time they've talked about this. This is important, and I know a lot of people say, well, it's just words. Why does this matter? Because what we're seeing here is the development of not necessarily endgame, but more finalized versions of AI that we would typically see in a video game. Different enemy types, different behaviors, so on and so forth. So this is going into Squadron 42 and Star Citizen, likely Squadron first and then Star Citizen. And these features are likely not going to be coming in until after 3.18 and 4.0, when we have the implementation of the PES for persistence and of server meshing. But these will be implemented shortly after that, once the servers can handle it. So these are important things to note, that they are working on this now, and they've been developing it fairly robustly, which means that in the next 6 months or so, we're going to start seeing some of this stuff added into the game, if everything goes according to plan. So if you've been one of those people who are like, hey, AI are pretty dumb, and I want to see more better AI, they're working on it. They've also talked about this as part of like scaling for difficulty as well, because they've had different things like the token system, which they may talk about here again. All right, perception work continued too, with the team supporting the stealth gameplay loop by allowing the player to wear specific clothing to disguise themselves in different environments. Hitman Star Citizen. That's awesome. That's something that people have been asking for a long time. Like, if you wear a Ninetales uniform, will you be able to get by Ninetales? So it's pretty cool. That's great. The designers can configure which clothing works for each faction and location, so that a successful disguise combines both player actions and configuration of the NPCs in the environment. Star Hitmans. The perception meter for detecting the player is a foe is then influenced by this parameter, giving the player more time to sneak into areas, especially when at a distance from the enemies. To support the scaling of perception ranges and times, new wild lines were integrated to signal this new gameplay. For example, a suspicious enemy will challenge the player if their disguise or behavior isn't convincing. On the animation side, AI features progress with human-female combat animations. So that's pretty good. The fact that they're already adding wild lines could signal that they're getting close to adding this into the game. We'll see. It's fairly likely that this is stuff that's added to Squadron, not to the PU yet. And that's where they're using this extensively to test. So we'll have to keep an eye on this in the future with future monthly reports. But I wouldn't be surprised if before the end of the year, we start to see some of this stuff being added to ISCs, because this sounds like they're coming to very specific scenarios and situations, which is something you don't usually get to until the base system is done. So it sounds like the base system is working really well. And the AI team has grown a lot and done a lot of work in the back end over the last year or so. So we're going to start seeing the fruit of that labor coming out soon. Flash. Shit. Yeah. Sign, countersign. Yeah. AI tech. Last month, AI tech extended the functionality of navigation links, which involved finishing their work on ladder extenders. Now, NPCs are able to use and traverse ladders in a similar way to players. They also extended navigation links to doors to allow NPCs to use the entire width of doors, useful for wider doors or for gaps in general. And enabled collision avoidance while traversing. They extended the way NPCs interact with closed doors, too. The aim was to have the AI correctly understand which door panels should be interacted with during traversal. To achieve this, the routing functionality inside the usable system was improved to use entity links. So they're improving navigation. This should also help with the pile-ups in places like Lorville. For locomotion, they worked on reducing the foot sliding and leg phase blending. This involved reducing foot sliding during stop animations by matching the leg phase, adding support for selecting the best animation option based on the leg phase, and extending the system to implement the new use of sharp turnings for walking. So they just tighten things up here. On the internal subsumption editor, the team addressed usability feedback from the designers, and bug fixing continued. They also began extending the tool to manage the editing of master graphs, which has never been possible in the external tool. That's awesome. So the subsumption editor is very recently been added to the team, so the teams now have access to the subsumption editor, which means that they can build AI to very custom settings for missions, for events, and so on and so forth. So we're going to they've recently added that to the last 2 months or so. They've added that, so we're going to start to see the teams begin to get good at it. On the internal subsumption editor, the team addressed usability feedback from, okay, we already talked about that. The work has also done to extend 2 different areas of AI perception functionality. The first not only allows NPCs inside ship cockpits to target on-foot enemies not visible to radar, but also allows NPCs on the ground to visually track large objects, such as vehicles, and engage in ground-to-flight combat. Very cool. Second is audio perception. Previously, NPCs could hear only any sound if they're in the right distance from it. Now, the hearing component and audio map use of the volume of the sound at its source and then calculate the strength of the audio received by the listener. This is used inside the perception component to influence the perception meter based on how strongly sound is perceived. This new extension allows for designers to create multiple curves to describe the influence of different audio semantics. For example, explosions have different influence than footsteps. Each audio stimulus also has a different maximum value it can push to the perception meter too. All right, this is pure speculation, but I think it has a role. I wouldn't be surprised if they added player audio to that perception level. So if players are talking in game, then AI may listen to them. There's also a way you can toggle it, so instead of talking verbally, you can use the party chat, which would be like a headset audio. So that may also reduce audio or to nothing. So like to have players use party chat more than local chat. So, yeah, be interesting. This finally, AI tech. For the AI tech, the idle system was extended to allow the designers to set up different weights on idle sets available in different usables. This allows them to better customize which idle set should be prevalent during the selection based on the environment they're creating. Okay, so different idols for different locations. Wouldn't make sense for people to be taking selfies in Pyro. AI vehicles. Vehicle AI and vehicle features work together on AI targeting things other than vehicles, such as turrets, components, and stations. This, combined with special behavior for strafing runs, allows AI to perform attack runs on stations. That sounds a lot like they're planning on an attack on stations. That sounds like we're going to have something to do with Al-Asar. That sounds like a big hint at an event at Al-Asar. Just saying. Or Pyro. Definitely could be Pyro, because I could see pirates attacking stations as part of a Pyro, just in general. All right, animation. Facial animation team dedicated most of the month to multiple PU character sets, including lines for rescue transport gameplay. They also provided mocap on-set facial services for the marketing team. They're currently working on cleanup and facial animations on various Q4 events. Q4 events, so multiple events. That's cool. That's a mention of rescue transport gameplay, so we're going to see some of that, likely with AI rather than players, so that sounds like they're working on that level too. And marketing stuff, which is probably Jax McCleary, and the events for facial animations for events for Q4. So that's pretty cool. Art characters. The character art and tech art teams prepared various new armors, worked on the subscriber program, and progressed with Stanton's Earth fashion outfits. Hey, Earth fashion. Earth fashion. The concept art side, further development was done on Frontier outfits, undersuits and helmets, medical armor, and creatures. Hey, more concept creatures. It sounds like that they're going to be doing a lot more creatures here shortly, because that's what it sounds like. So, because this mention of and creatures for concept, we're going to see a lot more things fleshed out before the end of the game. Art ships. In the U.S., the vehicle team took the Drake Corsair through final art and are currently putting the finishing touches on the wear and tint systems. They created new geometry for the exterior of the docking collar and took it through final art with animations and lighting. Most of the team then moved to LODs on the damaged mesh. We're experimenting with a new setup to trigger lights on the exterior of the ship for specific states, such as landing and when using the lift to allow for more dynamic lighting experience. Hopefully they work. Additional support was also given to the Drake Vulture ready for release. Get the Drake Vulture ready for release. Okay. In the UK, ship art continued to work on the Argo SRV, which is progressing through Greybox with only habitation remaining. The final art pass on an unannounced ship was completed in preparation for review this month. We're very pleased on how the ship turned out, and it was a great opportunity for us to push the workflow and visuals forward. For example, exterior lighting states, better looking glass, and glows on exterior lights, the new damage trims, and new artwork for countermeasures. Ship team. An unannounced ground vehicle passed its final review gate, with some small alterations to the dashboard being made to improve the visibility of the speedometer alongside polish tasks, which is likely the Steve, the Grey Cat Steve, STV. The whole sea polish pass was concluded, with all major bugs and improvements completed. The whole sea is done. Resource management pass with the Aegis Hammerhead continued, with a new gravity generator room being added. The team also began implementing the new component bays, so further working on the component systems. So, for those who don't know, the component system, let's talk about that real quick. The component system is part of the game, but the other major part is these relays that they've been working on for like resource relays, which they showed off with the Hammerhead while ago, where you're going to have effectively the old piping system, but each piping system is going to have these kind of areas where you can change or redirect flow for various systems, which allows for multi-crew gameplay so that you can have that engineer when you're being attacked and the captain screams, divert all power to starboard shields. They can divert power and move things. Think of it like kind of like like those like pipe games where you're kind of like moving, the water's going and you have to kind of divert the water around broken pipe sections or those sorts of things. That's going to be something like that. If you've played something like Star Trek Bridge Crew, there's a lot of that kind of diverting power to various systems into other systems. That's kind of how they're going to work with this. And it involves these nodes where these resources are going back and forth, which can be shut off, turned off, blown up. And that will also involve repair. Having to repair those is a big part of that. So that's what they're working on with, specifically with the Hammerhead. And the fact that they're doing a gravity generator room tells me that they're also working on gravity as a resource as well, which is something they want to do for push-pull gameplay. So there's a lot added to that specific reference. So, which we're going to learn more about with Citizencon, which is probably happening right now or already happened by the time this is released. So we'll see that. The resource management pass on the Aegis Hammerhead continued with new gravity generator. Okay, I said that. Work is also completed on an upcoming variant. Oh, so we're going to get a new variant. I hope for a Terrapin search and rescue ship. This is pretty cool. This is actually a remake. This is Haskaha, who does a lot of my my thumbnails are taken from Haskaha, who I've asked permission for, and he said he's giving me a blanket. He actually has a Patreon. Go subscribe to him on Patreon. You get early access to all his pictures. He does lots of cool things. He gives you credit for it, all that kind of stuff. You do like just $5 a month sort of thing. He does like $1 a month stuff too. You get all, it's pretty cool. Go check him out. He does really good stuff. It's a great way of putting it, Fishy. We've been Tom Paris. Now we get to get a better hands at being Geordie LaForge or Chief O'Brien. Community! The team started this month with a follow-up comms leak on the Battle of the Bricks, detailing how players can link their own charity stream to the campaign. They then acknowledged 10 outstanding submissions to Ship Showdown's Phase 1. Community invited players to join with the Ship Showdown by launching Top 8 Free Fly along with referral bonus, the opportunity to fly the top 8 ships from the finals. Ships Showdown's Final 4, RSI Scorpius, Anvil Pisces, Crusader Starrunner, and Anvil Carrack each qualified for free limited edition paints and an in-game challenge coin from the manufacturer. The Anvil Carrack was ultimately crowned Ship Showdown 2952 champion and will receive an in-game model at a later date. The team then headed to the Pirate Week, which included Nine Tails themed photo contest. Preparations for Digital Citizencon 2952 on October 8 continued, including the release of the event schedule. Finally, for the community team, continuing to Bar Citizen World Tour, visiting Orlando and USA, Chengzhou in South Korea. I'm sure I probably messed that up. Paris in France, and Singapore. Thank you for the hospitality and the hearty evenings with many new friends. Community team. Very cool. It's always weird, and I'll say this again. I am very Western-centric. I'm very English-centric. So my community tends to be more English-based. But I have had people from, I think, the Korean community and from the French community and the German community reach out to say, I want to translate some of your videos into our various languages for lore stuff. And I said, go nuts. Go for it. I like those people. More people with lore is the better. So, and if you are those people who want to do those sorts of translations, if you're listening to this and you say you want to do this for your own native language and you want to do it, tell me and I will promote it. I will promote it so that other people can see it as well, because you need to get promoted for doing that work as well. So just add that in there. So it's pretty cool. All right. This is where I'm going to do engine. So I'm going to caveat this. I cannot turn rocks into replicators. I do not know what the machine spirit needs. I do not have the ability to convert matter into whatever I deem fit. I am not a creation of the Forerunners and can disassemble and reassemble a electric engine by rote memory. I do not know anything about the engine section. I understand some of these words. But if you do, and you are an expert in this, please do let me know in the comments below any general ideas that you pulled out of this. Still, I will read it word for word and do my best to interpret what's being said. That all being said, let's get started with the engine. Engine. In September, the physics team refactored the Ray World Intersections, RWI, verification. Requests are now verified when queued. The RWI API now also supports named parameter idiom to prevent further mishaps in its use. An option was also added to RWI that allows sphere tracing against distance fields. Moreover, changes were done at the level export code to enable reliable attachment of ropes to other entities on the client. On the renderer, more progress was made on the Gen 12 transition. Cube map backdrops, light beams, geom caches, silhouettes rendering, water volumes, water reflections, and water caustics were ported. Various editor tools now run with Gen 12 as well, such as the character editor and mannequin. So a lot of stuff has been moved over to Gen 12. Last month's support for transient graphics passes saw further adoption uptake, with lots more passes now using it. Furthermore, support for transient compute and copy/clear passes was added to work to support transient scene render passes is currently underway. Additionally, memory tracking for graphic passes was added. Gen 12 now also supports texture entropy, anisotropery overrides, as well as global MIP bias. Material resource binding was refactored, and alpha blending support was added to the hologram shader. Lastly, various optimizations were done to avoid redundant clears on render targets and updates on phase resources. The Gen 12 port of volumetric cloud rendering was completed. More Gen 12 stuff, that's good. On the core engine, the team added support for sys calls in CIG profile, and frame time is now included in peak detection CIG trace events. More work is being done to enable P4K files to be memory mappable, which will allow for faster engine startup. As an optimization, the team was able to remove entity-based network wakeups. The remainder of the time was spent supporting Alpha 3.18 and the live PU. So a lot of Gen 12 stuff. It looks like some optimizations, some refactors for. It looks like just a lot of Gen 12 stuff, which tracks with Gen 12 being important for 3.18. So, Anisotropy. Okay, thank you, DS. Features, characters, and weapons. Throughout September, work continued on the underlying system for FPS devices. This involved adding features such as timer and proximity triggers, and support for behaviors such as explosions and actor status effects when devices are triggered. This will, for example, allow the team to replace the out-of-date flashbang logic. So, Anisotropy. Okay, there we go. Something I mentioned earlier in the year. There was a mention of a new drone being developed by the UAE Army in lore, specifically like kind of more like a small support drone that was used. It was an offhanded mention in lore that could have been used. They could have used a different example, which was more recent, which is the Valkyrie, which is already in lore for this. As an example of something similar. This is around AI and stuff like that. But they specifically mentioned a drone. And I said at that time, CIG is currently developing the FPS devices for things like drones. So I can almost guarantee you we will see an FPS device drone being worked on by the end of the year. We now have that, which is another kind of example of lore is often the very early stages and the very last stage of any development. So if you see the lore team start dropping stuff about that, it usually means they developed a whole ton of writing for it. They're not going to sit there and let it do nothing. They're going to add it into the lore because they just spent a lot of time on that, and they're not going to let that work go to waste. So they add it into these little lore updates that they do every twice a month sort of thing. So that is likely what we're going to be seeing is infantry drones and other stuff like that. But the mention of the flashbang stuff would make sense. The feature team also began prototyping the flow for restraining NPCs and other players, which will be used when enemy is incapacitated or surrenders. Player can apply wrist and ankle restraints to ensure the enemy is not able to recover and resume hostilities. Kinky. Obviously, this is important for bounty hunting gameplay. And for those of you who don't know, simply because we have regen, you need to capture, they've always said that you need to capture enemies alive, like targets alive, to be able to get bounties on them in the future, or it would be preferable to take them alive. Now I can almost guarantee you will be required to take people alive rather than dead. You can't bring them warm or bring them cold. You gotta bring them in warm, because otherwise they can just off themselves. So now we have restraints added into the game, which is likely going to be a combination of NPCs and player activity, which we'll likely see in the near future. It's the fact that it's done. Of course, another player or NPC may come along and remove the restraint, but it's a small risk for those who want to avoid using lethal action, which will have reputation negative impacts in the future too. So, features gameplay. Gameplay features continue to support the release of Salvage T0. Additionally, they made several quality of life plans for mining and loot generation that will be worked on after release of Alpha 3.18. Sounds like that's not the case because I think those were added for 3.17.3, which was recently released as of this video, the recording of this video. Both features will receive a general balance pass, while the team is looking to improve multi-crew mining. For example, and adding benefits of using Argo Mole over several MISC prospectors. Work continued on Resource Network, which involved gameplay features working alongside vehicles to unify the way temperatures are controlled throughout ships, including coolers that some ships carry. That second part of that with like improving multi-crew mining, I don't think that's in 3.17.3, but that's maybe something to do later. So for those of you who are miners, it looks like you're going to start to see a significant use. CIG is going to force you to use their new mining gadget system. It's what they're going to end up doing, is either they're going to find some way of making the moles more valuable, which is going to force you to do the mining gadgets, which is going to decrease the value of solo mining significantly. That's just how CIG is going to roll. The further we get down this line of development, the more they're going to push you to working with other people or using other tools or techniques which are going to cost you money and time. This is just standard game development. It's their game. You're just playing it. And then Resource Network there as well is important, which involved gameplay features working alongside vehicle to unify the way temperatures are controlled throughout ships, including coolers that some ships carry. The temperature is going to start mattering as well, because if you don't know, space is cold. It's very cold. It's not, it doesn't really have temperature, but it's a vacuum. So you need to have temperature regulation. You need heat and cold. It's respectably. So makes sense. And it's very difficult to get cool to shed heat in space as well. So coolers are very important, and those are going to start impacting not only the function of your ship, but your livelihood. If you're shooting a gun until it overheats your entire ship, you're going to probably die of that heat, is what this is telling me. There'll be some serious problems that will add to not just your ship, but your character as well. More survival stuff. The EU-based PU team began supporting US counterparts on the cargo refactor as it approaches release. There we go. The first official mention of cargo refactor approaching release in the short time. So it's very cold in space. Yes. Features, mission. The mission feature team began this month preparing for the go-no-goes for Alpha 3.18 security post-career rework, infiltrate missions on Orison platform, and prison updates. A simple change to help prevent combat logging was also tested with time being allocated for future work following feedback. On backlogging. There we go. All right. September also saw... Oh, testing progressed on the lessening of crime stat 1 and 2 severity. Improvements were also made to help the differentiate between trespass zones and area controlled by unlawful hostiles. Significant progress was made on time trials 2, including improvements to allow designers to create an infinite number of checkpoints in any shape with the area tools. Nice. September also saw progress on the investigation mission mentioned in last month's report. We feel we're ready to let narrative go wild with creating mysteries aboard a variety of ships and surrounding environments. Mission features team. Something more like we've seen with the Black Kite missions and such. Work with UI on redesign of the contract manager began in earnest, with specific features and problems being worked throughout each week. Finally, mission features team plans for the team's work up in Q2 2023 were proposed, including many new and long-anticipated mission types. This may be related to the dynamic mission system, which has been worked on this summer. We're going to start to see a lot of these more mission types be introduced, because these types will be jigsawed into the game and lumped together during the random generating missions based off of the quanta. This is all good for those people who are looking for future gameplay in the game in Star Citizen. So that's good. Features vehicles. Last month, Vehicle Features team focused on supporting the release of persistent entity streaming. This included work on the transit system, which has received a significant refactor to cope with how things now stream. To point that out, the way that transit system currently works in game is the trams run whether you're there or not. But because, and this is one of those things that people often say, people have challenged me on this before, saying, Paul, the BES is not going to improve performance on the server side. That's not how it works. You're wrong. And here, let me explain why. The transit system is an indication of that. They've said this before, that currently in 3.17, the transit system works where the trams or the buses will, like those flying buses, will go no matter if there's anybody there or not. But if there's nobody around, say ArcCorp, when those buses are running, they will be streamed out of the game, out of the gameplay server, the DGS, dedicated game server. So if a new player then comes to ArcCorp, they need to be streamed back in. So they had to figure out a way to make the system work while it wasn't in the DGS. So it had to effectively somehow be running at a schedule which doesn't get interrupted when it gets streamed back into existence for the players, because it'll just go out of existence. And that's an example of anything that the players aren't actively interacting with in the DGS is going to disappear from the DGS. The dedicated game server will not care if it's there or not. It only focuses on around the players, which should, emphasis on should, not will, improve the server performance. So, and right now, and someone in the chat's already saying, but I thought that already happens. It does, but it's stored still in, it's streamed out, but it's still stored in the memory of the DGS. It's streamed out from the player's perspective, but it's still running in the DGS. So there's some things which will always exist on the game server, like special mission crates or those transit systems. They're still running. So even though nothing else is streamed in, those things are still going. So it'd be interesting to see like an empty planet that's just nothing with just little things driving around them is effectively what's going on. But it's still stored in memory, in local memory. It's streamed out of the active memory, but it's still stored in local memory. Now that's going to be removed entirely and no longer stored on local memory. It's stored in the back-end servers. That's the whole concept. So for those who were saying, Paul, that's not how it works, you don't know what I'm talking about, please show me otherwise. This is what I'm seeing. Please tell me I'm wrong in the comments below if I am wrong. and educate me if that's not the case. But based off of everything I've seen and everything they've said, that seems to be the case. And this is an example of that. So, the team also spent time improving how other older systems, including tiles, the underlying tech system that connects objects to power and other resources. They also reworked the aiming and gunnery system, which received upgrades for future releases to simplify and improve things. For example, making weapons significantly more accurate and reliable in vehicles. Okay. For new systems, the team worked on the EUPU team's resource network, converting vehicle systems to utilize the new implementation and updating all item behaviors. Oh, they're already starting to work on adding that into other ships. That's pretty good sign. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a lot of this resource stuff being added into the game in the new year. So, they also progressed with new features driven by the needs of Squadron 42, most notably Ship MFD system, which has been fully planned out and designed and is currently being implemented in-game. We are getting the new MFDs in-game soon. First in Squadron, then coming over. So that's another example that I've often hear people say, if it's going into Squadron 42, we'll never see it in Star Citizen. Not true. Once it goes into Squadron 42, then it gets ported over to Star Citizen. Usually takes a couple of weeks or months, sometimes a year, depending on the complexity of the system. But it does eventually end up in Star Citizen, and it will end up in Star Citizen well before Squadron 42 even releases. It's just a matter of where it's developed first, so they don't have to port it over to Squadron 42 and then mess with anything else like that. It makes it just overall faster to develop in Squadron, which is why they do it in the first place. So a lot of information on vehicles, which you can glean from a lot of other things that people have questions about, you can glean from this section alone. Graphics and VFX programming and planet tech. In October, the graphics team completed work on edge highlight rendering code in support of FPS scanning of occluded objects. Very cool. This involved creating a new render texture layer used exclusively for augmented reality rendering, which will be used for all AR/in-world UI rendering going forward. The shader used for AR rendering was also upgraded to support tessellation/smoothing, triplanar texture mapping, and dynamic multi-scale texturing. At the request of the UI team, the graphics team investigated the possibility of using D3D Vulkan's anti-aliased line rendering for rendering wireframes on UI meshes. However, they decided to go with a shader-based approach using tessellation hardware instead due to performance issues with the drivers. Okay, so they're already starting to look at what Vulkan can give them in terms of performance boosts and such. So the team also began looking into improving unifying all resource streaming systems with the goal of simplifying the code while allowing more intelligent use of available memory so they can adapt to different scenarios across the game. Work on the ultra-high resolution screenshot output was completed for the marketing team too. Just for the marketing team? Bro. No. No. That tool needs to be available for players. Like, ASAP. Because players are your marketing team as much as the marketing team is. They fucking need access to that. That's not even a question. That's a statement, CIG. It's a demand. I'm a terrorist demanding this. I will hold up Star Citizen's development until this happens. Right, where was that? VFX programming continued to work on the damage map feature for salvage. This included supporting the vehicle artists to get the most out of damage shader, adding support for vehicle debris, and fixing bugs. The Planet Tech team are in the process of delivering Rastar 1, the internal tool used to build modules and populate planetary environments with outposts, derelicts, and cities. October's task included bug fixes and usability improvements to better support production requirements. Planet Tech also improved River Tech for Alpha 3.18 with several bug fixes and new spline system to better match complex topology curvatures. Finally, they made fixes to the Gen 12 rendering of planets ready for Alpha 3.18. So Rastar is the first version of the tool that they're using to populate outposts. They actually did a full breakdown of Rastar a couple of years ago at a Citizencon, but the long and short of it is Rastar is a system where it will auto-populate outposts where it needs to go. Someone pointed out cities, outpost derelicts in cities. Yes, that it basically will allow them to speed up the progression of building landing zones or locations faster. So, because like if you have the auto-generated terrain, which is like hills, and you want to build a city there, or a town, or an outpost, or put a derelict there, you're going to need to flatten out that area so you don't have like weird clipping issues. It's a whole tool to build interesting terrain and stuff like that. So, and we also know that Rastar eventually will be how players build their own outposts. So how Rastar will function is a lot how players will end up building their own bases. Same system. So, all right. Lighting. Lighting continued to work on Pyro's Ruin Station through September. They also completed the necessary lighting passes on updated Security Post Korea, working alongside the core development teams to push it to final. Lighting also fulfilled requests for footage that will be used for an upcoming event. Interesting new event. Ruin Station's good. We're starting to see a lot more information about Ruin Station being worked on, which is good. It means that it's heading to more of a finalized state. From the last we've heard about with Pyro, it was one of the last ones that has yet to be done, and it's the main landing zone of Pyro, so it needs a lot of work. And for those of you who don't know about Ruin Station, Ruin Station is a battle zone. It's not just a landing zone; it's also a full-blown, almost like planet. There is a landing zone area, but there's also going to be areas where you can have active combat, and you'll be fighting people and probably searching for loot and other things like that. So it's part landing zone, part planet, like a miniature planet in its own scale. So it's very different from anything we've experienced in the past. And Quasar is the internal system for them to manipulate quantum? Yes. Locations EU. EU-based locations seemed focused on Pyro last month, progressing with the art and design of Ruin Station. They also developed several new areas, including Security Post Korea, an upcoming event space, and older landing zones, adding new animations to bring them to life further. Narrative. After pushing the finishing touches on their work for IAE 2952, the narrative team progressed with many of the initiatives started last month, including mission work for Alpha 318 patch and beyond. In addition to the text players see in the contract manager and the screen as objectives, they also work closely with design on the terminals and kiosks that players interact with. It's important that the screens not only clearly conveying the function, but provide verisimilitude for how they are supposed to be used in lore, which can be tricky to balance. Narrative team. The narrative team also assisted with planning future improvements to the contract manager Mobiglass app itself to make it more robust and player-friendly experience. They also began discussing upcoming work to continue improving the new player experience and help players better understand the nuances of playing Star Citizen when they first entered the verse. September also brought new content to the website, including Star Watch, highlighting how Hollywood's dealing with new regen tech, a new booty call about pirate superstitions, a portfolio on Cousin Crow's custom crafts, and a brand new set of Galactipedia posts. Members of the narrative team also made a special appearance on the Star Citizen Live to answer lore questions. Very cool. So, the thing about the contract manager is it's likely going to start changing dramatically because how you get missions will change once we start having the new mission giving system implemented. But it's cool. We're getting a lot more stuff as well. Interactables. The Interactables team spent the time closing out some of their consumables for Ruin Station and worked on various marketing assets that will be in players' hands soon. Short and sweet. Because of, stuff for, we'll see. QA. QA's recent focus was on persistent entity streaming related testing. In addition, the PU content teams tested all Alpha 318 deliverables, providing continuous assessments for each feature in one final assessment before the official feature review meetings. Tech animation. September saw tech animation progress with face scanning initiative mentioned in last month's report, which aims to add more heads to the game's gene pool. The initial scan session saw an extra 20 female heads scanned, which are currently being processed by the art team. Tech animation will then rig and implement the assets into engine. That's pretty good. Alongside this, the team explored and refined their methods for implementing geometry caches into engine and Maya's deformation technology. We have some exciting developments with some of our elements in-game that will take them to the next level of visual fidelity, tech animation. Tech animation also assisted in the creation and implementation of new enemy types that are being worked on by other feature teams, which we kind of saw already. Online Services Montreal. In September, the online services team gathered in Montreal with members of flying in from Portugal, New Jersey, and Toronto for a week of planning. They also prepared for Alpha 3.18's Evocati release, which included bug fixing, service deployment testing, and debugging in the new login flow process. They also progressed with several features needed for persistent entity streaming for Alpha 3.18, including how shards handle crashed states, transactions, anti-cheat, and account resets. Finally, for online services, they tacked down and fixed long-standing bug that prevented players from being able to refuel or restock munitions at landing pads. This is just the back-end online services team. Live Tools, Montreal. The Live Tools team finished integrating the new module dedicated to seeing infractions committed by players. They also worked on a design improvement for GrimHex, or for Hex. Hex is a different tool that they're using. That's cool. So we're going to start seeing an improvement of the criminal system. Finally, for those of you who don't know, one of my biggest issues with Star Citizen right now has to do with the crime system. The crime stat system is terrible. It worked for a work in progress placeholder, but we are well beyond that stage of development, and a full, better, robust version which integrates like reputation and other things needs to be done sooner rather than later. Might as well get started, especially with all the systems already in place. So I'm glad that's sort of what they're looking at. So UI team. The UI team continued their ongoing work on the star map last month, adding new tech to allow them to create interactive holo volumes using the UI system. This provides them extra flexibility without having to rely on content teams if they want to add 3D holo volume to the game. As well as being used on standard ship radars, this will make it possible to have large real-time holospheres on capital ships in the future. Very good, cool. In preparation for Alpha 3.18, they also closed they also closed out the remaining persistence-related UI code that uses loadouts. And lastly, VFX. Last month saw the continued prototyping of quantum travel VFX rework with focus on refractive elements to emphasize the forming of the hull-hugging bubble. We can actually see the warp bubble while the ship's drive spools up. Salvage effects also continued with visual balancing to allow for the best possible read to help players understand what's happening throughout the whole stripping gameplay loop. A new vehicle had its VFX pass completed, with 2 other vehicles entering VFX production after the completion of their pre-production phase. Finally, various bugs and tweaks were made to the new derelict locations, as well as some miscellaneous fixes to other areas of the game. All right. So, in summary, lots of VFX work. We're seeing some new UI stuff, especially hologlobes getting some work. Improvements to, or the initial start of work on the infractment system, as well as Hex, which is, Chad is reminding me, is the AI economy simulation stuff. I think it has to involves that, yes. Some online feature stuff, especially with persistent entity streaming. We're seeing some new customization options with like player customization, as well as boosting up player fidelity. QA helping out with 3.18, interactables, some new stuff, as well as consumables for Ruin Station. Narrative is working on a lot of stuff with Contract Manager and design key terminals and kiosks. Maybe, because this is one of the things that a lot of people talk to me about with the lore stuff, is that they feel like they'd have a lot more buy-in with the lore if they could read it in a kiosk or in a game. So maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's what they're working on. Because I'm sure I'm not the only one who's been hearing those complaints. They're also working heavily on Pyro and Ruin Station. There's a lot of emphasis on Ruin Station being worked on, which is good. There is stuff about Rastar being kind of finishing up. More resource systems. Let's see what else we got. Improving stuff for power and resources management for ships. Lots of work on that. MFD additions. We also see new mission features for lots of stuff for 318, and the contract manager being brought up again. Salvage worked on, as well as cargo refactor stuff, and temperature aspects, changes to be more multi-crew oriented for the game. NPC scanning, FPS devices, getting a lot of work, lots of Gen 12 stuff. Community doing lots of cool stuff. The whole sea is done. The Aegis Hammerhead is finished up with a lot of its resource stuff. A new variant is in the works. Final art pass is completed for a ship. The Argo SRV is going through Greybox. The Drake Vulture is done. And the Corsair is done, as well as a new vehicle is being worked on, which is probably the Grey Cat Steve STV. We've seen new outfits, new creatures, new helmets, new medical armor, new outfits in general. AI are doing things like strafing runs, new facial animations for AIs. Lots of work being done on AI tech for navigation, for behaviors, for the trait system to make them more dynamic and interesting. And for those who don't know, the trait system is not just for combat. That's what they're using it right now, but it's for all behaviors. So if you're a pirate and you're pirating an NPC, that trait system will determine how they react to being pirated, being pulling out of quantum and disabled, how they function, if they just cower, if they try to fight back, if that sort of thing. So the trait system is their kind of catch-all system for all AI behaviors and subsumption logic. So we got that going. So that is the September AI, the AI. There's a lot of that. That's the September monthly report. As always, I want to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Do you want me to keep doing this? Do you find it helpful? Also, what areas stuck out to you? Did you read something? Did I read something and just completely miss it that you think is very important? Let me know in the comments below. Remember, like, subscribe, hit the little bell icon, and join us live Thursdays at twitch.tv/TheAstroPub or youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive for conversations. Right after this, I'm going to answer a bunch of the questions that chat had and go into a little more conversations about that. And as I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. I was making fun of you, chat. Oh, I knew I was muted. I was intentionally muted because I was letting the music play in the background so that I can, when I edit it later, it'll go through the exit stream. I was saying a bunch of Squad 42 spoilers and stuff. Does anyone know how the Halloween mask thing worked? Day of the Vara. How long does it take for masks to appear in my hangar? It really depends. Stream over. No, it's not over yet. Not the end. No. I'm gonna go through some of these questions and talk about it. This monthly report is hype, but maybe because I read all of the monthly reports, It didn't seem like very hype to me. It seems like the culmination of what they've been working on over the last several months. But it's a good monthly report. I think if you don't follow the monthly reports as closely as I do, you get a lot more out of it. But again, this is one of those things where I say, this is why you should read the monthly reports. If you legitimately want to follow the game's progression, if you're one of those people who's like, I need to know what CIG is doing, CIG never fucking talks to us, they never tell us anything, then read the monthly reports. You learn a lot by reading these reports. It's basically an activity report as, why am I blanking? Danny Raymond will say, he got a great video on this kind of thing and what it is. It's an activity report, which is what you want to know. What's being worked on, it doesn't tell you what's getting done, but it'll tell you what's being created. And if you're one of those people who's just really anxious about, I don't know if they're even working on the game or what's going on, read the monthly report. Very easy. More female options, yes, is a good option. Let me look at some of the other stuff I saw. Don Star, have a good night. Question: have you seen the Squadron 42 leak video yet? Do you think this leak is actually good for Squadron 42 as people will see how amazing the work is? Yes, I have seen the leak, but and Paul, Paul Rousseau, I'm going to be very, very, very blunt. I already knew any of the leaks, the kind of background stuff, but it does spoil major elements of the story. There are at least 2 or 3 major plot points which are shown off in that. Even though I don't think there's any audio with it, there is definitely stuff in there that are leaks, like that are spoilers for the story, which is one of the reasons why they're so careful about these sorts of leaks. I don't think they're necessarily good, but I also understand that it's a lot of people who are complaining about it were like, oh, there's no work done. It's like, there's work done. It's just some people don't want to read. They want to see things because they don't believe it unless they see it because they're toddlers and they don't have object permanence. And for those people, sure, I guess it'll be fine. But and if I sound bitter about it, it's because I am. Because, you know, it's one of those things where people will scream about everything because they think they know everything. But they don't even bother doing any of the basic research. And then they just continue to go on being ignorant about it. And even though people like myself and others will say, here's all this information, please take this information, they just don't listen because they just want to be mad. And that as a teacher, it's one thing to be ignorant about something. It's another thing to be willfully ignorant. At that point, it's just like you've gotten all the resources and all the tools to educate yourself, and you've chosen to be ignorant. I have no respect for that. And I can never have respect for that. Because, especially with the average age of a Star Citizen backer being over 40, grow the fuck up. Holy shit, grow the fuck up. You're an adult. You should have had these skills when you were 18 years old. I'm sorry if you didn't, but there's plenty of time now that you have that. Many of you are professionals in your own fields. Grow the fuck up. Sorry. Squad 42 is Star Citizen, the same game. Thank you, Depa, for that stuff. Yeah, the average game of the backers is like 40. If I'm based off of everything, all the data that I have from my own stream and stuff like that on my own channel, the average age is about between 38 and 45. Well, it's always been the case. Star Citizen's always appealed to an older demographic because A, money, B, the equipment needed to run it, and C, it's Chris Roberts. So most of the people who had backed the game are people who played it when they were teenagers in the 90s. Zal, yeah. You're younger, which is fine, and there are lots of people like you who are playing the game who were 14 when this game was being pitched. And we'll start to see more younger generations as Star Citizen becomes to be more a mainstream game. It'll never be mainstream, but it'll be more mainstream to gaming. More people will start playing it, making videos of it, doing weird compilations, that sort of thing. And you'll start to see a younger audience approach it. But right now, the average is much higher. Paul, I work at ISP. It helps us, the people over 40, the ones who don't know how to talk to other human beings. I agree, Velocity, but at the same time, the demographics of Star Citizen backers are far more technically minded. These are people who are IT and other professions who should know better, who read for a living. And I get, they don't want to read for a living, but there are other resources. I read the entire monthly report. Other content creators do as well. There are multiple options. There's literally no excuse for ignorance. It's just people being mad for the sake of being mad. And that's what pisses me off more than anything. It's like, you just chose to be mad and then get on your high horse about anything else. And it's like, fuck off. Just fuck off. Sorry about that passionate thing. It's just one of those things that often I try to do my best to try to be as calm and collected as possible when dealing with some of these issues. But there comes to a point where it's just like, fuck off. Just, I don't give a shit. Like, you're just being an asshole now, kind of thing. And it's not even like an anger thing. It's just more of a disappointment. You know, it's the teacher side of me. I'm just disappointed. I expect more from people. I'm not going to talk about that subreddit because, like, quite frankly, those people need a better hobby, a more productive hobby. Because there's some, like, they need therapy. They need therapy for that obsession. Like, there's plenty of backers on the White Knight side that need it as well. I'm not going to both sides this too much, but it's like, it's not exclusive, but you fucking get therapy or find something better, more productive. You'll be a lot fucking happier focusing on things you can control and things you enjoy than things you dislike. Like, if you really want to, like, get on to somebody about, like, issues about, like, lots of issues, any kind of issue, there's people much worse than Chris Roberts in the world. You're talking about Elite. I don't know enough about the Elite community to comment on it. I do know that the Elite community is not immune to the same kind of bullshit that Star Citizen does, because the Elite community used to redirect a lot of their own frustrations about Elite onto Star Citizen as a way of making themselves feel better. And people like Obsidian Ant and other content creators were very prone to doing that sort of content because it made them feel good, but also it was great content. People clicked it. So, and that's not even an attack on those guys. They're great content creators. Go watch them if you like space content, because they cover a lot of stuff in a similar manner. It's just like a reflection of that sort of experience. I do wonder, though, how playable 318 will be when these systems being what our rituals making angry hate posts about now. No, it's more that, like, Squadron 42, there's a rumor about Squadron 42 coming out in 2 years, and there was a leak with a video of a bunch of stuff that was leaked actually 2 years ago that the leaks people did not release because it had Squadron 42 spoilers in it, and it's making the rounds again, and someone asked about the kind of progress, and I kind of went off on a diatribe about it, but it was basically like, there are some people who literally need to be force-fed and shown images if they believe anything's existing, because they refuse to read or use any of the resources that CIG has given them. And those people are often the same people who said, it's not enough. It's not actually anything. We don't know anything. It's just words. It's like, yeah, it's just words, but you won't see the content until it's ready anyways. It's not ready. If you actually want to see progress, here's the progress. This is evidence of the progress. but you don't want progress. You just want the game to be done, which I get. But it's not done. It's not going to be done for a while. You know that. I know that. Everyone knows that. Move on. It's my rant about gamers don't read things again. Any plans for space builders or card games? I know there's some plans on Stars. Like CIG has plans for card games. Like there's an entire in-fiction card game called. God, what is it fucking called? I can't remember. There's an in-fiction card game that exists. Plus, yeah, they have billiards tables. They're gonna do a lot of that stuff. I think that's all recreation for back-end stuff, though. Leaking has a side effect that makes developing companies to change content and purpose. Even if it's the next release, some forces to change stuff or it changes overnight. Yeah. Gamers also don't look up. Yes, gamers do not look up and they don't read. Would it be nice to see another vertical slice? The last one we saw was 2017. All I'm going to say is CIG could easily solve a lot of these problems with more frequent updates, even just sizzle reels of the game. But they are very paranoid about it, and they do not like to do it. I do not know why. It's their prerogative. And I do agree with the concept that if CIG just showed something more frequently, just showed footage of the station, the Shubin station, just showed some of the interiors of the Shubin station, show some AIs walking around, just pull that stuff out, people would shut the fuck up. And if you showed it every 6 months, people would be okay with it. But at the same time, I also know that takes resources and time, which they want to more focus on the game rather than spending a week putting together a sizzle reel for a game that's going to change before that sizzle reel's even finished. I've only been in the verse for a year, but I was looking to the old Star Citizen vids from CIG and Chris and, front and center. But in the year that's been here, I've only seen him write a letter with is there a reason he's been MIA? 2 reasons. Number one, that a lot of us at the Info Runners are pretty sure about, is that there is now a board of directors. Back when Chris Roberts was the only one who owned it, they sold a bunch of the parts of the company to friends of theirs who helped them invest a lot of the game. He's still the owner and operator, but he's more focused on the business side of the company. So he does do development, but he is more focused in that end. And so he's not as focused on the public relations angle. And as the team has grown significantly, back when you saw Chris Roberts talking on older videos, the team was at most 100 people. Like, there was maybe 100 people on the development team when Chris Roberts was doing 10 for the chairman and all those other things. Now it is well over 700, probably closer to 1,000. So we're talking about 10 times the number of people that have to be managed and discussed, and it means more meetings. It means more, lots of other things that are going on. Probably more like 60 plus, yeah. And so it's harder for Chris to be more front and center when things change so much on their end as well, especially as things go forward. The other reason why Chris Roberts isn't so much at front and center is that everything Chris Roberts said was taken as a promise by the community. So Chris will say something in good faith or put an idea out there as something they might do because he's an ideas guy like that. And people would say, okay, this is promised. This must happen in the game. This is going to be put into the game now. And that put a lot of stress on the community team and the community itself, as people would take every word that he said as a promise, as something that's going to be added in. It was 700 in 2022. Yeah. He never promised anything. He simply stated things as ideas. But because he didn't explicitly say these were ideas, a lot of people took these as promises of what's going to happen. Yeah, but you said, kind of thing. And to be honest, a lot of the stuff, if you watch that old stuff, as you watch through it, you'll see that he repeats himself like 7 times. Like 10 for the chairman, which was 10 questions that were always asked of Chris Roberts. After you watch one, and then you watch another, and then you watch the third one, you'll hear questions from the first and the second one re-asked again in different ways. And by the fourth one, all three of those previous 3 tens for the chairman, those questions have been recycled and asked in different ways by the same or different viewers. So it became a lot of the same questions, which were basically just FAQ questions, which could be answered by polls or by other things. And as the game became less of an idea and more of a coherent thing, Chris Roberts is more, he's a developer, he's a coder, he works on a lot of stuff by hand, by himself. So he becomes, it's a lot less of his time is spent in front of the camera and more behind the scenes. I was watching Burks play Freelancer earlier today, and I was reminded that even how good that game was and how much I enjoyed it. Chris wanted to make that game so much more than it turned out to be. But I remember the peer-to-peer games I had with friends back in the day, realizing Chris Roberts wanted to make that game an MMO. Yep. That's what Star Citizen is. It's Freelancer 2. It's Freelancer 2, the MMO. That's what it would have been, too, if they didn't gotten procedural landings to work. So, like, if you remember Freelancer, when you go to land, you would request landing, and you would get a kind of like a cutscene where you'd land, and then you'd get out of your ship, and you'd have a small little area you could go to, just like point-and-click adventure. Chris Roberts wanted to do that with Star Citizen, where you get close to a landing zone, you request landing, you land, but then you get out of your ship, and you can walk around the landing zone and pick up missions, talk to the bartenders, all sorts of things. So you can think of Star Citizen, if you look at Star Citizen, think of it as Freelancer in its design elements, expanded. But since Planetary Landing happened, it's gotten very different from what it originally was. It's almost like a reimagining of Freelancer. What do you think is the next variant of the Cutlass is going to be? I really hope a Cutlass Purple. I like, no joke. I don't like the disco ball, but like the idea of a traveler, a Cutlass which is also functions as a traveling sales platform. The Cutlass Purple, for parties, yes. Yeah, and there was no FPS. That was the other thing, is like Freelancer also had FPS. I think CR should make a comeback once Squadron 42 is released. And Squadron 42 is just Wing Commander. It's just HD Wing Commander. No more Cutlasses, please? No. 15 Cutlasses variants. More Cutlass variants than there are ships in the game. Do it, CIG. I will not rest until I see the Cutlass salvage variant, and the Cutlass refueling variant, and the Cutlass repair variant, and the Cutlass exploration variant. The Cutlass variant. Do you think we get the last ships from the concept ships choices, the bomber at Citizencon? Possibly. The Cutlass is fantastic. You shut your whore mouth there, Chaos Gabriel. It's going to recycle itself, yes. A Cutlass exploration would be total go for me. A Cutlass with a toilet. Cutlass bomber. Luxury Cutlass. If you can't tell, I'm memeing chat, just in case someone doesn't know I'm fucking with him. I'm fucking with them. Cutlass, the maid cafe. Give me a Star Kitten Cutlass CIG, you cowards. That converts into a Star Kitten cafe. Got to be careful with those space cat girls, though, Del. I hear they're all communists that try to overthrow Hurston. There is a Cutlass with a toilet. It's the Cutlass Red. UWU. The United Workers Union, aka UWU. Apparently, it's United Resource Workers is the name of the like the International Workers Union, the United Resource Workers, URW. But I like UWU better. Remote turret, Cutty Red turret. Fallout 76 has been fantastic for a couple of years now. I'm not into the online stuff. I think Fallout 76 would have been better if they stuck to co-op. Because I think co-op is the sweet spot for games that Bethesda makes. If like Starfield had a co-op mode, it would be fantastic. I think it would be a very good addition to the game when that comes out, because it feels like it would work very good with multiple people playing it. Yeah, like 2 to 4 people playing together. Mwah, perfect. Because I think, Fallout, any Fallout game, any Elder Scrolls game, co-op would be fantastic. Yeah, but it costs money. It costs like $100 to do, doesn't it? To do a private server for 8 mans. Just said ooh. Star Field. I am looking forward to Starfield. I've done a couple of lore videos on Starfield. I will do more lore videos on Starfield as more lore is released. So, yeah, we're not going to get Cyberpunk 2077 co-op, but we are going to get another Cyberpunk game, in the future. So I'm assuming that in the same universe. So I'm assuming that game will have co-op, probably a sequel to Cyberpunk 2077. I think it's like Project. There's a project name for it they already have. So. Project Orion, yeah. There's a way you could do the time dilation things with 2077 and still make it work. I haven't played Cyberpunk in a while. I'm waiting for the new expansion to come in there. I actually did lore videos on Cyberpunk too before that released. For people who don't realize that the Cyberpunk 2077 universe is very vast. It's been around as a tabletop game for like 40 years. It's like it's been, other than, God, what was the name of that one? There's another very famous one, which is basically D&D, but cyberpunk. That was a tabletop, and then Cyberpunk 2020, yeah, was the Shadowrun. Thank you, Shadowrun. Shadowrun was the cyberpunk like thing, but like D&D is to Pathfinder as Shadowrun is to Cyberpunk, like to Cyberpunk 2020. Yeah, like Shadowrun is like the more traditional Dungeons and Dragons, what if Dungeons and Dragons, but in the Cyberpunk universe, and it's much more, and Cyberpunk is more realistic, I guess you could say. Yeah, Edgerunners has blown the hell out of, like, Edgerunners is a perfect case of doing media good enough that it'll bring people back to a franchise that everyone had written off as dead. Cyberpunk is getting a new renaissance because of Edgerunners. Like, Fucking Trigger has single-handedly resurrected that game in the public consciousness. It wasn't CD Projekt Red fixing the game. It wasn't their additions of new content. It was because an anime production team made a baller-ass anime based off of their game. The game is better, but it's really difficult to bring back players just because your game is better. It has to have like significant changes and additions to make it worthwhile for a lot of people to come see any redemption story like Destiny 2 or what was the other one? No Man's Sky. No Man's Ski. Those games had significant additions that improved the game function and increased a lot of the gameplay, which got people to come back and play it. So. I don't think Netflix had failures. Most of their cyberpunk stuff was pretty good. It's just they didn't want to really invest time and money into it, which I get why. It's a very niche genre. But I mean, Netflix also produced the League of Legends one. I can't remember that one. That's a series as well as produced by Netflix. So the answer is, if you want to get a video game TV series, or a TV series based off of a video game, Arcane, yeah. If you want to get a TV series based off a video game done right, make it animation and have Netflix produce it. They also did the Witcher series, which is technically off the books, but oh no, yeah, Witcher 3 was garbage, but Witcher 3 also had several post-release updates which were free. Which is the reason why, and the reason why they were free was because Witcher 3 released as garbage. And then they fixed it with new content, which got people to come back. You'll fit in the vulture, give me some Drake on Drake action? I don't know. We've talked about this before, about content. I firmly believe that if Star Citizen were to be successful, and Chris Roberts has already talked about this, TV series or animations, I think animation would probably be a better option. And I don't necessarily think that anime, like a Japanese anime studio, is necessarily the best option either. There's plenty of really good 3D animation studios in places like France and in Brazil and Portugal and Spain. And other good animation studios in places like China and South Korea and Indonesia. There are lots of other places other than just the mainline anime studios. I'd love to see an anime based in Star Citizen universe, but anything would be good. And it'd have to be done in the universe, not necessarily telling the story of a character, because that's why I think Edgerunners did really well, is because took place in Night City, but with characters who had nothing to do with the main story of Cyberpunk 2077. That's one of the strengths that Star Citizen has. It has a very deep, expansive universe, which is rife for storytelling. There's also a few American-style animes that embrace the anime style, like Castlevania. Yeah, give the people who did, who worked on the She-Ra series or the Avatar series. They do a fantastic job with the Star Citizen anime, or edit Star Citizen stuff. And I think the key is, for now, when people talk about anime style, they're talking about the fluidity of movement. Because anime, especially what is it called? Shonen anime is made or broke, like makes or breaks. It's made or destroyed. It's can't remember the term for it, but it's in the sakuga. The sakuga is the key, and sakuga is a term I think it originates in Japanese, but it basically means the fight scenes. It's the movement. It's these hyper intense, super fluid, super detailed events. Not just necessarily fight scenes. It can be chase scenes. It can be anything where like the animation just goes whoop, really high, and that kind of stuff happens in Western animation as well. That's why you'll see, well, it's not even Dragon Ball Z. Like Dragon Ball Z, they'll scream at each other for 2 episodes, and and then they'll just go the fight, and it's just like the same thing repeated. I'm talking more of like these super fluidic movements. Trigger is very good at it. They do that very well. It's where you can like high 60 FPS scenes where they go absolutely fucking hard. Demon Slayer is another great example. That's why I would say UFO Table would be a fantastic job with Stokes Star Citizen. Yeah, One Punch Man Season 1, Mob Psycho 100. They do some really baller Sakuga in those. Gurren Lagann and One Punch Man were both made by Trigger, though. Like Redline. Yeah, it's a good example. Yeah, Redline's another one. Can I recommend a show if you're a Star Citizen fan? If you're looking for just content to consume, if you enjoy Star Citizen and you want that kind of vibe, obviously Expanse is a good option. If you're looking for anime, Planetes is an older anime, but it has the similar kind of vibe as Expanse and Star Citizen. There's an older one, which was like the Record of Planetary Conquest. I can't remember the name of it. It was this big fleet battle thing. Firefly is a good option. It's a little bit older. More modern examples. If you like anime, maybe some of the new Gundams might be okay, but that's less spaceships. Mandalorian, kind of, yeah. Because like if you're looking for like Star Citizen's feel, Star Citizen's universe is very endless possibilities, but all of those possibilities are just various degrees of poop. Star Citizen's universe is a dystopia, which is why it works so well, because it still has a lot of potential, but everyone around you is trying to kill you to get what you need. Or take advantage of you, even if you don't realize it. Sword of the Stars is good, but different. Yeah. Poop to the Stars. The Adrift Machinima is good. Yeah. I would just, in general, look for Planetes if you can find it. The problem is you can't fucking find it anywhere. I don't think it's even on streaming services anymore. You may have to buy a DVD box set for it. You can find it in not so legal ways because it's impossible to find anywhere else, but it's really good. If you're just a science fiction fan in general, it's one of the best hard sci-fi animes that exists. And it's a love story. It's a romance. It's a romance action comedy about space garbage men. Ooh, Lost in Space is a really good one too. Yeah, and Ad Astra maybe. Yeah. If you have Netflix, Lost in Space is a good series for that. It got a little bit worse towards the end, but it's a fantastic mystery like take on the Lost in Space series. I have seen the Adrift Machinima. It's good. Those people, they made a lot of money to develop more of the game. I'm hoping to see the video. I hope to see more of it. Season 3 is good. I watched up to the very last episode and I haven't seen the last episode yet, but it was good. I only reason I stopped watching the last episode was not because I didn't want to see it, because I got busy with other things. And I could tell where it was going. There's still enough suspense to it that it makes it interesting, but you know. Second season 3 is better than season 2. It's a lot better than season 2. An anime of Lost in Space. It's like the when Lost in Space is very. What if Lost in Space was Mass Effect? That's pretty much what Lost in Space is. It's like, what if you decided you were going to do the story of the Jupiter 7 family, but you wanted it to be in the Mass Effect universe? Farscape, Babylon 5 are options, though they're harder to find. There's not really a lot of good science fiction left that's new in terms of content. Question, can I give a quick backstory? Sure, I'm going to wrap it up here shortly, but Fiona Messer was the sister of Linton Messer. She was like 12 when she helped her brother overthrow their father. But she was the one in charge of dealing with rebels. If you've played StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, Mengsk's son that shows up in that series to help Raynor out, is effectively what Fiona was. She showed up to these rebels and recruited them to fight for her, while her brother went and worked the traditional elements. And her father was kind of bankrupting the empire, so they decided to violently overthrow him. And the way they did it was on his way to going to to the inauguration of Kano Stadium on Angeli, which is this big, huge, sports arena. His convoy was ambushed while the stadium itself was detonated by the rebels, who were trained and funded by Fiona. And when their father's convoy was ambushed by troops loyal to Linton, they surrounded, and eventually their father, Ulysses, killed himself, and Linton took the throne. However, Fiona always intended to backstab her brother, so she actually hid some of her rebels away from the presence of her brother, who then went through and exterminated all of the rebels who she had trained. So as a result, there were small pockets of rebels who were trained in infiltrating UEE professional technology, like military tech. They had codes, they had code breakers, they knew all of the methods and the training. They knew how to infiltrate UEE military facilities. So when they got their hands on some juicy footage, they decided to go rogue, and Fiona couldn't get ahead of them, so she disappeared. She vanished before she could be captured with her brother, who eventually was killed during the revolution, which overthrew the last Messers. So what we know about her is that she was devious as any other Messer. She fucked up and let her pet rebels get out of hand. But to be fair, she trained them when she was 12, and when they rebelled, she was like 20. She wasn't exactly a military genius. We all know the Messers and the Hurstons. Are there any other major families in Star Citizen lore I should hate? Not necessarily. There's other families, but there's none that are that explicit as the Hurstons and the Messers. Yeah, and Auguste Dunlop, the founder of Crusader, both his mother and his father were at the Kano Stadium when it exploded. His mother died, and his father died later after that, making him an orphan, which then set him down the path to become a revolutionary, which eventually led him to creating Crusader Industries. So Auguste Dunlop was the founder of Crusader because of his participation, or his unwilling participation in the assassination of the second to last Messer. Go watch the Edgerunners. It's good. Yeah, there's a lot of theories that Fiona is actually leading the Xenothreat groups, and that Xenothreat is actually a group of Meserites, which could be the case. People say, oh, well, she'd be super old. It's like, yeah, but there's this thing called suspended animation, which has been technology in the Star Citizen universe for literally 800 years by the time of Star Citizen. So, would Messer loyalists support her? I mean, remember her saying she might be in crowd. Yeah, definitely. They would 100% support her if they had a chance to. She's the last one. Astro Lost in Space. Oh, yeah, Fish, you're talking about that. Astro Lost in Space is a 12-episode anime. Basically starts with the protagonist being flung in a one-way wormhole. I remember that series. I started watching it a little bit. It's pretty cool. Revision of Legend of Galactic Heroes is a great space anime, a bit more about massive fleets and space cruisers, battleship tactics, and more. Yeah, I remember that was the one I was looking for, Legend of Galactic Heroes. Is there going to be a way to get to Terra from Stanton without going through Pyro? Yeah, there's a jump point to Terra from Stanton. It's like a size. It's a large jump point directly from Stanton to Terra. Star Citizen anime, one series, a different story. We need a season just about the UES Achilles during Operation Mandrake. I'd love to see the story of the UES Achilles with ending with Operation Mandrake. It'd be cool. Sort of. There's a direct jump point to Terra to Stanton, and then from Stanton to Magnus, from Magnus to another location, and then there's like another location, like Nexus for another location, and then to like Terra. It's closer to Terra or to Sol. It's closer to Terra than it is to Sol, but it's on that path. Like if you take large jump points from Sol to Terra, it's much faster than any other route you can find. Oh, Harlech Space Pirates is great. Another one is The Irresponsible Captain Taylor, if you like a good comedy. Halo style Squadron 42 anime when? I don't know. An anime of the AstroPub teaching Star Citizen lore, but in anime. I'll do the Animatrix, Halo Legends background, the voiceover for the background, like they did those like background animations. How long do you think it'll be before there's a description of what Fiona look like? Probably a while. The narrative team is stretched pretty thin in doing what they're doing, so it'll need to have some sort of narrative influence, either a mission or mission giver or some sort of major event that's taking place in order for us to get that. We don't even really have many references, like visual references for any characters. So, yeah, the narrator, yeah. All right, y'all. It is, I've been streaming for 4 hours, over 4 hours. It is 12 a.m. I'm going to wrap this up. I will not be streaming tomorrow, and I will be streaming on Saturday. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because I need to rest and recruit and get ready. And then on Saturday, I'm going to be streaming a little bit after the, probably into like the early afternoon. Then I'm going to be done and we get everything set up for the 24-hour live stream. And then on Sunday, I've got a 24-hour live stream starting at 6 a.m. my time, which is 7 a.m. Eastern. So I'll be getting up at like 5 to do the stream. We're going to be doing 24 hours of Captain's Table. I've got a huge list of awesome people who are going to come on. We're going to talk about Citizencon. We're going to talk about Star Citizen in general. We're just going to talk about a lot of different stuff, and we're going to be going through those rotations. So no relic hunting. We're not going to do relic hunting again until at least next weekend. So the stream's going to start for Saturday. It will start at 8 my time. So like, 9 a.m. Eastern, and I'm going to be going until right up to that. I'm going to be painting. When I first start, we're going to be painting and talking. So I'll be painting that freelancer, the JRDF freelancer, and then we'll be doing. I'll be streaming. I'll be not streaming again. We'll raid over to Loken, and then I'll be hanging out with Loken, and we'll be talking. So we'll be watching and talking Citizencon and kind of stuff. What time CST? 8 p.m. CST. It's my time, or CDT, because we still do CDT. So. We're just showing you're about to end. Yeah, sorry, Con. Hi, first time I've been able to catch you in a while. How you doing, Captain Ethercat? Sorry, we're just kind of ending it right here. AM, 8 AM CDT. So I'll be getting up bright and early on Saturday, and then even earlier on Sunday. So. It's happening. The painting stream will be happening on both Twitch and on Twitch and YouTube. I'll be likely doing the 24-hour Captain's Table to both Twitch and YouTube as well, but I may not, just because I generally don't stream the Captain's Table to YouTube, and I'm going to be uploading the Captain's Table later, so. And I've had some weird issues with longer streams on YouTube, so for sure we'll be doing one on YouTube on Saturday, but then on Sunday we'll be doing something else. So, and normally I'm going to be streaming to YouTube on Thursdays here, and then of course also on Sundays. So Thursdays and Sundays on YouTube. On Twitch it'll be Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, just to kind of keep things kind of more even. Thank you all for joining us. I will see you all later. For those of you who are Patreons, I will be probably uploading the next chapter 2 of the complete history of the Star Citizen universe, which takes place between 2280 and 2380. For those of you who are interested, and for everybody else, you'll see that in about 2 or 3 weeks. So keep an eye on for that one. If you really want to get early access to it, subscribe to us on Patreon. That's what support. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.